pone ya. Yo que pone ya.
Dale.
Ahí sube.
Techo, estoy.
Bueno,
Pare primero.
Tiro uno.
Cuidado, está solo abajo, Fluky.
Bajé.
Tiro. Dale aquí. Dale, cuidado. Una pared, Fluky.
Dale, segundo, voy.
Estoy cuerdo. Cuidado, mano.
Estoy curando.
Cualquier cosa fuera del techo, no subimos al techo, Fluky.
Mano, vuelva. Tranqui.
El techo está muy bien. El mini, el perro. Tranqui.
Le doy curativa.
Derecha, están peleando. Fue la rosada, Facu, Estoy cubierto, Facu. Tranqui, manito. Amarilla tienes que avanzar, tenemos uno amarillo. Dale. ¿Ven cuántos cambios?
Toma tu
izquierda, Facu. Me quemaron de la espalda, creo. Curativa para mí. Dale.
Tenemos mucha gente acá abajo,
Mano, no vamos a por el techo. Venga, podemos jugar aquí, vaya izquierda, tenemos zona.
Estamos en techo bien, mano.
Tengo zona aquí.
No tengo bala de Franco.
Tengo zona aquí donde soy, le estoy quitando vida que es en la rosada, mano.
Muchas minas ahí.
Pared. Curativa para mí. Mano, hay que cascar estos derechos, perro, que lo maten, hay que romperles todas las paredes, mano. Vamos izquierda, queremos espacio, venga, curativa.
No tengo vida tampoco.
Me tomo uno, perro, curativa, dale.
Baje uno.
Dale.
Me mataron.
Aquí, bueno, quedan 5, Roden. Quedan 4. Izquierda, quedan 3, dale. Derecha,
Calma.
Izquierda, perro, conmigo, por
Buena, Facu.
Toma. Dale, Facu. Dale,
Uno solo, perro. Calma, curen.
Izquierda conmigo.
¡Buena, guacho!
¡Buena, Floki!
¡Dale, guacho!
Kill. Double kill. Quadra kill.
King Sniper.
Congratulations.
Bom dia, padrinho.
Cadê? Sai dentro aí?
Vai sem vazar. Você tá aí, meu parceiro, que isso?
Que isso, mano?
Igual em ponto, não vamos.
Calma, junto. ¿Y qué le queda?
Boa, Carlos, cabelão James.
No, nada, primero que todo, pues muchas gracias.
Congratulations. Boa, cabelão. Lucy, congratulations.
¡Señor! ¡Dale la fuerza necesaria para enfrentar este encuentro!
Massa, hein, mano. Vontade, hein, mano.
I get up in the ride, slide over the vibe, and Rosarito, I know the key to surviving.
120 no outro. Tem outro, irmão. Tá poucando muito. Tomei da cheia também.
I get enough head, no fuss, some dumb fed.
Sí, hoy nos quedamos con un poquito y digo, ay, no hubiera hecho esto. Chao.
Man, I look good up in the wooded panel, could have been a surfer instead, leaving mentally gone, I still be not my head.
Não acende não, meu. Só agradecer mesmo, todo mundo que torce, apoia, agradecer também ao meu time, que, pô, foi graças a eles também. E é isso, só agradecer.
What's up? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Free Fire World Series Global Finals. Point Rush Day number 2. It's going to be the last day of Point Rush before we find out who is going to have the most hit start points heading into the Grand Finals tomorrow. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the Mustachio AJ, bring you guys the action for the next 6 rounds.
Amen. Explosive stuff yesterday, Husky. You missed out, brother, but I'm here to catch you up on it. Brazil scored nada. Not a single Brazilian squad walked away with points on day 1 of Point Rush. That means it has to be full-on hustle today for the region.
Absolutely. I've been able to tune in the bits and pieces. I watched the tail ends and some of the highlights of these matches, and I gotta say, certain teams have definitely stepped up. I'm loving what I'm seeing, even though my heart goes out to the Brazilian squads. Big shout out to WAG. Massive day 1 performance. RQ Kazu coming back to life as well. These two teams better keep it up for day number 2.
And Bigatron Delta still doing better than their RRQ brothers, who technically have got more experience on this global stage compared to them, and they're doing it in a phenomenal way, right? But of course, I really cross my fingers here that we don't see a repeat of what happened on C Finals, because Bigatron Delta was a monster on Point Rush, and then when it came to the Grand Finals, but at least they still qualified.
Yeah, I mean, there is a pretty good, it's a pretty good statement from WAG, right? A team that has been consistent. Again, last year they went to Bangkok and they finished top 5. Right now they're looking to score higher, and there were some hiccups in between, but from fall season until the global finals, they have only been showing progress. And the fact that on day 1 they finished in 2nd spot, that's already 7 head start points.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And of course, I'm looking for them to be explosive in here today as well. I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't show up strong on week 2, but we all understand exactly why. They didn't want to paint that bullseye on their back too early in the competition. Now that the others are starting to acknowledge that, okay, all right, Vietnam is going to be a huge threat in here. Hua Esports is a little bit annoying sometimes in some of these gunfights, but WAG is literally packing the guns and going guns blazing throughout some of these gunfights, right? So now this is going to be a problem squad. Nobody's going to try hard dropping them again, or I hope for their sake they don't.
I hope so too. I think right now I think it's fair to say that we are potentially looking at the dawn of a new era for certain regions. Well, first of all, not Thailand, that's still ruled by BRU, but Vietnam, Hua Esports, no longer part of the conversation. Didn't take them long to be overthrown by WAG. Indonesia, it's fair to say Bigatron Delta now is at the top. For Brazil, still Fluxo, but we got some new and old names, E1, Corinthians, Pain Gaming. For me, man, Falcons did I have a good day 1? That's definitely not on my bingo card.
No, bro, come on. We've seen this way too many times already, Husky. We saw it at EWC. We had questions, legitimate questions at the Esports World Cup. If we question them again, we should quit our jobs right here, man. We should see this one coming from 3 miles away. I'm pretty sure they're just holding back, and they technically gave themselves away at the knockout stage, right? They said that we were holding back, but unfortunately, we have to perform now because some of these teams are really catching up and pushing us down the overall leaderboard, and we have to pull out exactly what we can do. And then they started trashing everyone, of course, in week 2. But now they have gone back to their ways of not really exploring exactly what Point Rush can do for them. I think it's a huge loss in the overall grand scheme of things, because they did the exact same thing on C Finals. They pushed their luck a little bit too much. Buriram did walk away with the most number of points, and they also became champions of C Finals. So Falcons, I think, should have learned a little bit of a lesson there. So I expect a little bit of a extra comeback in here today, courtesy of the Thai squad.
Yeah, honestly, I think, a Point Rush, as much as this, I prefer this revamped version, right? It makes the playing field a lot more fair, but it does raise the stakes a little bit. You have to really perform well to earn some very crucial points. But like you said, right? Sure, I mean, Falcons won EWC, even though there's Point Rush involved, but do you really want to work hard to earn an extra round worth of points? I don't think so, right? I think you want to take the easy way out. That's how BRU sort of won fall.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Falcons, I think this, I don't know if this is ego. I don't know if or not they're just trying to prove something that just needs no proving, right? You want to go out there, you want to grab $300,000 for yourself, just go all out and get it done on day 1. Everybody knows you are a threat. And to show up on day 1 of Point Rush, not really putting a lot of points on the overall leaderboard is potentially going to affect them. Once again, it has already affected them at the C finals. Perhaps they still want to be underestimated here at the global finals. I think enough of that. They have to go all out. And of course, today is going to be a little bit more difficult because you're also going to have the Brazilians going all out. There's no way Fluxo does not want any bit of these points. I'm sure these boys are disappointed. They technically got smashed on home ground. It's not fun, regardless of whoever you are. And, I think that Brazilian pride is burning like a fire in them, like a volcano, as a matter of fact, and it is going to erupt today.
Yeah, it comes at a pretty crazy time where if they are able to travel halfway across the world to take that trophy back, they sure as heck want to keep it there. Yeah. Not with and with the crowd watching, right? The pressure is gonna get amplified. But overall, I think there's a whole thing about hiding strats. I can only accept it for the first quarter of any tournament. Right?
Yeah.
After that, you gotta play your best. Look at BRU. They don't hide strats. Well, I hope they're not hiding strats, even though we allude to that often, but I'm pretty sure every single game they give it 110%, and that's how you remain at the top, right? You want to be able to constantly exude that aura of dominance, which Falcons clearly hasn't shown just yet.
I genuinely believe at one point Buriram were hiding strats, and that's what led them to losing that world championship. They are not going to make that mistake again. They're just going to go all out each and every single game. They're going to play it like the grand finals, and they've been proving it, competition after competition, dominating the group stages. Of course, some of the finals didn't really serve them up the best in terms of luck. They faltered. They punished themselves well enough for it. But of course, these boys are back, and they're doing it for Wasana, all right?
Yeah.
Wasana needs this trophy, man.
Man, they got him a regional trophy already. Now all they need to do is to get him that world trophy, and it all comes full circle, right? This would really cement the acquisition of BRU taking one of the best players in that region to kind of finally complete that era of BRU, the old and the new guards. And of course, a special shout out to Deck Long, who is still there behind the scenes with the boys. It would be crazy. You are essentially looking at 3 generations of BRU players hoisting the world trophy if they win this whole thing.
Yeah, if Buriram was to hide strats here today, I think we would see Deck Long playing again. That's the only way they're going to be hiding any sort of strats. And of course, it's going to be exciting to watch Deck Long once again. But, I just want to see absolute booyah smashing victories from each and every single one of these squads out there today. Yesterday, we were blessed with 6 unique teams scoring that booyah. No team scored a double booyah. And that is a testament to how difficult it is to conquer the current global stage, right? Buriram, they are going all out, but even in this form of going all out, they cannot conquer all of their matches. You don't see, 5 booyah Buriram anymore. It's not as easy as that. That said, though, if they do score something like that within this day and of course tomorrow, I'm gonna have my mind blown, bro.
Yeah, and I think at least the good news for all of the teams out there is that a multi-booyah, the most it gives you is a 10 hit start points, right? It doesn't give you more than that. It doesn't win you the grand finals, only gives you an edge. That's something that these teams can, be more relieved about. But I think just for some people out there who might have taken a glance at the standings and wonder between Fluxo and Attack All Around, who got the final hit start points, that one went to Attack All Around based on tiebreaker rules. So I think Fluxo fans, they're going to be a bit disappointed, but it's just a 1 point difference that they can definitely try and get back today.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Attack All Around, how much they can do with that 1 point, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be pushing for more points in here today. It's not as easy as, just saying they want more points. They got to go out there. They got to be consistent in all of their matches. Yesterday just could not cut it. There were more hungrier squads out there. Squads like the Indonesians, right? RRQ, Bigatron Delta, they didn't really make a lot of noise in the knockout stage. But it's not just about making noise. It's about making noise at the right time, at the right place. And the Indonesians really know how to get that done.
Yeah, and I think the best part about the whole competitive system is that you can have the worst group stage performance, but if you qualify to top 12, there is always a chance at redemption. And we are seeing some of the teams that really take advantage of it, right? Again, Bigatron Delta, WAG, one of it is redeeming themselves. One of it is really proving that this all year round consistency, well, at least for BTR, is half a year worth of consistency is paying off. And let me tell you, being consistent in one tournament is already tough, but for half a year, that's super impressive for BTR.
And I actually like the fact that they faltered in C finals after doing phenomenally well at Point Rush, because I rather them learn that lesson there in comparison to learning that exact same lesson on the global finals, right? Now they know what they're capable of and they know exactly what to look out for. And fingers crossed they have learned from all of those terrible lessons, because obviously, you know, from doing, you know, as good as Buriram at Point Rush and then, you know, doing nowhere near as great as them at the finals, obviously would have hurt their pride, would have hurt their ego a little bit. But a lot of lessons comes through all of that pain as well. Fingers crossed these boys learn from it and they show us something beautifully different tomorrow. And that being said, WAG has replaced Bigatron Delta in that second spot if we compare C finals versus global finals. They have taken those 7 points. Are they worthy? Are they capable of grabbing 10 points instead today? Because they were there in the #1 spot, Husky, all day long. And then Buriram just had to do it.
It's Buriram effect. What can you do? It's always the Buriram effect. But let me tell you, Buriram, they might be sweating as well, right? Sure, they are dominant as always, but at least the teams aren't that far behind, right? It's not like Buriram is destroying everyone with like a 20-point lead in Point Rush. No. They're 3 points before ahead of WAG, 4 ahead of Bigatron Delta, 8 ahead of RQ Kazu. It's actually not too much of a lead. So even a team like BRU, who has been the best team and still is, it's not going to be an easy ride. And a part of me believes that there's a chance they end up in first today, 20 head start points, and still does not guarantee them a win for the grand finals.
I most definitely agree with you, but I do not want to see another Buriram 10-point swipe here. I want to see someone else really step it up. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know what? Enough of the banter. It is time to start day 2 of our Point Rush. It's time for you guys to see all of our beautiful hosts on that fantastic stage. So we're going to throw you over there. Husky and I will catch up with you in a bit.
Kaspersky's now in Free Fire.
Done, bro.
Get Kaspersky Plus and score an exclusive skin. With the most powerful antivirus, plus tools like unlimited VPN, gamer mode, and a password manager, you'll secure that booyah in style. Don't sleep on this. Keep your devices safe and play safe with Kaspersky.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge. The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up.
Booyah!
Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
Killing spree.
E aí? Vai encarar?
E aí, pessoal! Sejam todos muito bem-vindos! Eu me chamo Camilota XP e tá começando Free Fire World Series. A corrida pelo bônus tá acontecendo e ontem tivemos aí 4 regiões conseguindo seus buias, tá? Tivemos 2 buias brasileiros, 2 buias tailandeses, um do Vietnã e um da Indonésia. E antes de continuarmos essa nossa conversa, good morning, Ansu.
Good morning, Camilota, and welcome back to the day 2 of the polar stage of Free Fire World Series Global Finals here in Rio, the heart of Brazil. And I'm Yusuf. Welcome back, everybody. So yesterday was the blast for every team here when every one of the country, they all got their booyah. 2 for Thailand, 2 for Brazil teams, and 1 for Vietnam and Indonesia teams. So I would like to say it's all a successful day for everyone.
E falando de time tailandês, Buriram tomou a liderança absoluta, tá, gente? Eles começaram não tão bem assim, fizeram aí 6 pontos numa primeira queda, depois fizeram 8 mais, recuperaram super e hoje já se encontram com 10 prontos para a nossa grande final, que é amanhã.
Moving on to our second day, all the teams will get another chance to gain as much point as possible. But yesterday, I would like to have a very great things to talk about Buriram United Esports because they did so good. They were the first of the ranking board, and of course, 10 points was such an amazing opening for them, so they can have an easier for the finals day. But unfortunately, that there's no Brazil team can achieve the point. But I do believe that in today they will make something different.
A gente acredita que vai ser diferente para os nossos brasileiros, com toda certeza. A gente viu um começo estrondoso e o One conseguiu um buia, mas infelizmente ficamos zerados no nosso Ponte Rush, o primeiro dia da corrida pelo bônus. Agora a história é outra. Segundo dia, vamos virar essa página e vamos ver se eles conseguem esses pontinhos a mais. Bora de recap? Bora conferir o que aconteceu no dia de ontem, Ansu.
So like I said that today, everything will reset into 0 and everyone can have a chance to play again, right? So it's gonna be a huge blast, but more different than yesterday. But of course, before we step into our first map in our game, we would like to invite all of you to watch our recap from the previous day. Let's go.
Inicia a nossa jornada com os 12 melhores times do mundo, reunidos para descobrir quem é o melhor time do planeta.
Não estou preocupado, nenhuma preocupação, estou focado somente no domingo na grande final.
Bởi vì chúng tôi luyện tập nhiều hơn và đã nghiên cứu tất cả những đội mà mình có thể đối mặt tại trận chung kết và vòng bonus này, nên điều mà để chúng tôi top 1 thì nó quá dễ dàng.
Có 100% ครับก็มั่นใจเกิน 100 แน่นอนก็ต้องเป็นแชมป์ครับ
Kalau buat hari ini kurang pas sih, soalnya kita belum bisa ke 1 tentunya dan kita belum bisa ngebawa poin 10.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. We hope you are ready for day 2 of Point Rush. We saw the explosive action yesterday, and of course, we are going to be delighted to see a little bit more from today. But hopefully, today, Husky, we've got some Brazilian flavor mixed into that explosion.
Absolutely, and hopefully the Brazilians can kind of recoup with their losses yesterday. Not a single head start points, which is pretty unfortunate, right? The best chance that they had kind of went down thanks to a tiebreaker. So Attack All Around walked away with that 1 extra point, but again, there is plenty of room to recovery. Point rush is not the end of the journey, but it sure does give you a pretty good head start for teams that perform.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you are not looking at the points to become champions, at the very least, what it can do is get you a little bit of a pay upgrade, right? Because each and every single ranking does matter as well. If you're going to be able to bump up 2 spots for yourself, and we saw how close the points were yesterday. You said it just before throwing it off to the host earlier on as to how close the teams were, even on that, the higher echelons of that overall bracket, how close WAG was to Buriram, how close RRQ was to Bigatron Delta. A few extra points could just make those differences.
Yeah, I think today, especially if you are teams at the top, it's all about keeping that momentum. Teams that are struggling, it's all about trying to recover from yesterday, right? Again, maximum you can get is 10 points. The best case scenario for BRU is that they end the day with 20 head start points going into tomorrow. But of course, there are still teams that they can take that spot away, and at least tomorrow you start on more even ground.
Yeah, of course. The job for WAG is still most definitely there for them to grab those 10 points. They showed us so many times yesterday that it was possible. They hit that booyah, and then they were consistently in that final circle until, of course, they arrived at game 4, where we saw a little bit of hiccups kind of moving on in. And then on the second round at Purgatory, when we went into a random map, which was technically the map that they scored their own booyah on, they faltered. They got kicked out a little bit too early. I think their nerves just got to them in that matchup, and the boys just didn't get the best out of that. If only they had kept their nerves and once again gotten into the final circle, they would have maintained that number 1 spot.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that, at the finishing line, it's still the members of, BRU that really stepped up to the occasion. But that's kind of a BRU thing, right? Like, they have always been able to pull it off when it matters the most. And even yesterday, when other squads are having a good time, BRU is still able to pull through. But again, the competition is a lot more tighter than it has ever been since, compared to previous years. So I think even a team like BRU don't want to be playing catch up all the time.
Yeah, the Snapdragon Mobile Masters champions. Twisted Minds also managed to pick up 2 points for themselves. Obviously, that's not what they want. They want more than that, but they actually have to fight up against the Indonesians. And there's quite a number of times where we saw Twisted Minds attack all around, getting into scuffles with a very specific Indonesian squad that is RRQ Kazu. And RRQ Kazu, inconsistent, but there were times where they were just stepping on into battles as their third party and backing both teams at the same time. Phenomenal effort by them to shut down those fights, but we don't really see the usual RRQ that really plots their way in towards that final circle. These boys are trying to get into these heated engagements, and I want to see a different side of them today. I want to see them in that final circle first, taking all of those gunfights like what they usually do. Of course, that puts them at the downside of picking up on those elimination points, but at least it guarantees them a couple of booyahs by the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think, for RRQ Kazu, they sort of woke up at the right time, I'd say, in Point Rush, compared to what we've seen from them. It definitely is an improvement.
Yes.
But again, I still feel like there's a lot more that RQ Kazu can show us. I'm just waiting to see if that is going to come true today. But just to give everyone a refresh, we got the team lineups for the Point Rush. We got BRU, Fluxo, Corinthians, WAG, Twisted Mind, and RQ as our first 6 teams.
And once again, none of the Brazilian squads have picked up a single point from Point Rush Day 1. Therefore, the highlight is going to be, or the spotlight, I have to say, is going to be on Fluxo as well as Corinthians from the first half of our 12 squads. WAG and Buriram, they performed really, really well, but we're going to keep them out of the conversation for the time being. Pain Gaming and E1 Sports, both of these squads showed a lot of promise yesterday, but they just could not find the right method into getting into that final circle, and the gunfights was unfortunately weak for both of these teams.
And I think, for some of the squads as well, I personally, for me, I'm looking at E1 and Pain. I know that they definitely aren't the favorites to win the whole thing. We can see that power gap between them and certain squads, but they can still be some of the difference makers. And of course, for those who are not familiar with our game schedule, we always start with Bermuda, followed by Purgatory, and then Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and we'll finish every single day with a random map.
Absolutely, and of course, this is exactly how the cookie crumbles, especially when you look at map number 6. That random map can just decide if or not you are the champion of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals by the end of the day. And once again, the point rush stage, this is exactly how you can collect those points. Only the first 6 spots will gain you points. Only the first 3 placements will gain you substantial points. 10, 7, as well as 5. 3, 2, 1 if you take that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. 7th onwards, you get absolutely nothing. And it's going to be a restart once we head on into the grand finals. We will add whatever points that has been accumulated from day 1 as well as day 2, like what you see in front of you, and add them into the starting point tally for our grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, the head start points on your screens right now. This is what the teams have accumulated so far. It's starting with BRU at the top as always. So teams like Fluxo, E1, Corinthians, Pain, Falcons, and Hua, they got nothing. It's time to get some of the points today. You want to be able to stop the teams in the lead from getting more than they already have. 10 points is a lot for some of the squads, especially when you only have 6 rounds tomorrow to determine who gets the trophy.
Oh yeah, and of course, if you're one of the squads that warms up a little late, you want to start warming up today. You want to get down and dirty with all of your strategies. You want to try everything that's possible in that in that bag of tricks that you have. But of course, some highlights here, and it's all out Buriram, baby. Most eliminations, it's for Jonah. Highest damage dealt, 28,000 from Moshi. Most assists, 130 for Get High. Is there any surprise why they have been dominating the competition so far?
Enough said. I think numbers speaks for itself. But even for WAG as our current, 3rd ranked team, average eliminations and damage in 3rd place, assists in 7 as well. We've given a lot of props to one particular player, which is Xpor, one of the sniper prodigy, the up and coming one. But I think the rest of the team really has stepped out, right? WAG has also come a long way, especially being one of the few Vietnamese teams that can take fights, can go aggressive, and come out on top. They definitely have perfected some of that formula.
Yeah, I do believe these stats are all picked up of just the point rush stage, because it seems a little bit off if we are comparing the knockout stage as well. And then, of course, we bring in stats from RQ Bay. Ranked 16th on the eliminations, but I am not gonna agree with these stats in terms of how they can perform out there on the final week. This guy is a Terminator in his own accord, especially when you put him in combination with Dudes. But of course, we are gonna shine the spotlight on him a little bit later on. For now, Bobs and Diamond, they take this head-to-head, and Bob's not doing too great on the eliminations factor.
Yeah, not at all. I think when you compare Bobs to Diamond, I personally expected Diamond to have a slightly higher stat, but I can understand, right? Like right now, they're playing a lot with the Cassie. The electrotherapy has been a staple for some of these teams, but no team have gone as far as Twisted Minds and really utilizing the potential of this combination. And every time you see, Lamers and Diamond together, and you see that tether, they feel unstoppable.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, the personal highlight for me from Team Fluxo when it comes to eliminations is most definitely MT7, leading with 70 eliminations thus far. And the guy has been carrying the squad on his shoulders. Yesterday, though, it was just not the day for MT7. At least, he had one highlight game, and the rest of it, he just wasn't finding any luck. Early drops, early engagements with the other teams, and he just could not find that sniper, being forced into battles too early, having to, double down on some assault rifle gameplay. The game just wasn't very fair to him yesterday.
Yeah, I think even for us, I think even when you look back at yesterday's game, there were certain moments where you definitely feel like these late game circles are getting getting more and more dicey, right? Even from that group stage onwards, it has been quite messy. A lot of times you really don't know which team is going to come out on top. A lot more third, fourth party, a lot more intervention, which means that for some of these teams, you might have to start thinking about thinning out the numbers, right? Like a lot of teams that got sandwiched in between have had a pretty rough time. So perhaps for teams that like to circle on the outskirts, like Fluxo, for example, and Twisted Minds sometimes do that, they might have to consider making earlier moves.
Yeah, I think I'm most definitely not a coach, but I've watched enough pro plays to be able to call this out. If anything Fluxo can do for themselves today is to try their very best to drop as far away as possible from all of the other competition and find a sniper, put it into the hands of MT7, and then start doing whatever the hell they want to do out there on the battlefield. MT7 without a sniper, Fluxo is just as good as eliminated early in these rounds, and we don't want to see that. And speaking of Mr. MT7, he is number 3 on the top 3 eliminations leaderboard, 70 eliminations, and of course led by Wasana and Jonah, 2 players from the same team. Once again, man, no question whatsoever. The aggression, the eliminations, the terminators of the competition. Buriram.
Yeah, we've come to a point where if you are not BRU but you're on the same list as them, that is already an honor. MVP leaders, you got Wasana leading as always with 5, followed by Limit with 4, Get High has 3, Jonah has 2, and then you have MT7 as well. Once again, 3 out of 4 BRU members on the MVP leader chart. It's an uphill battle. I think if you are trying to fight for MVP titles, forget about it. Just try and beat Buriram.
And here's the kicker. I'm sorry, MT7. You know I love you. I've hyped you up a lot already. But the only reason why Moshi is not there is because he had to miss a day of play. If Moshi was here, I'm pretty sure you would actually just see top 3 eliminations, all Buriram players. Because even with that 1 day miss, Moshi has 65 eliminations. And the guy's a monster on his own accord.
Yeah. Look at this. Even BRU, just as always, right? The BRU at the top, but of course we gotta kick off game number 1 in a little bit. So we're gonna pass it over to our host to officiate the flight onto Bermuda.
Bora decolar, vamos para nossa primeiríssima queda direto de Bermuda, Yunsu.
Yes, and today will be our day 2 of the polar stage, and the first map, of course, will be Bermuda. So which team will get the booyah, may I ask? You guys can leave in the comment section so we will know your options. And now, let's take off, Camilota.
E os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque decolagem foi autorizada!
Heading into Bermuda for game number 1, second day of Point Rush. Again, this is the OG map, but also the home ground for BRU. Well, every map is a home ground for BRU. But let's see if teams can step up to the occasion. WAG, Bukton Delta, and RQ Kazu have put out a good fight in day 1. Let's see them continue.
The flight path is trying to stir some, oh my mama, some good fights for us to enjoy. Buriram United Esports straight up at peak. Now this one is just keeping things fresh up here on the battlefield. Obviously, reaching places like Kota Tua, Sentosa is going to be a little bit more difficult. And Fluxo yet again with a hot drop, this time up against WAG. WAG is lethal in these early fights. Fluxo, on the other hand, I cannot say the same.
WAG as well, right? Look at this split. There is going to be a bit of an isolation. They're looking primarily at Jiu. Alan drops onto the second floor, so plenty of resources he can grab from the balcony. But if WAG gets this early fight in their favor, it's going to be tough for Fluxo. Cyrus did get called out though, and attempted trade comes through, but Jiu wins his fight against Alan. That is what Fluxo wants.
Oh, this is interesting for WAG, losing 2 players very early on. Can they survive? Krillin tagged up already. Bobs, is he going to go in here for the finisher? He doesn't need to. The other 2 players go in for the hunt. Alan tries to get away. Krillin is caught. And WAG just chose to hot drop the wrong volcano today because this one is erupting and it's going to burn down everybody in its path.
This is going to be an absolute tragedy because WAG are left with X-Bor only. He's about to get tagged. One last shot will do the job. WAG completely smothered.
Fluxo says, not today. We want those points, and we don't just want some, we want them all. 10 points potentially for Fluxo if they can keep this sort of a pacing up. And they did not need to depend on MT7. It was the man Bob's 3 eliminations strong for the squad already, and he's really picking up the pace here. And this is exactly what the squad needs, right? If there's no sniper, the team is not effective, they just can't have that if they want to be world champions. MT7 he can have that weight taken off of his shoulders for quite a little bit if Bob's players like Butchizin want to step up in this way. Corinthians up against Team Falcons though. This could just turn sour for Falcons. We saw this going many a times, but Falcons is in the exact same spot the team of Fluxo is in. They are desperate for points, and this may just turn sour for Corinthians if they don't play this right.
Both teams are very desperate, but more so for Falcons, who actually finished 11th yesterday on Point Rush. Definitely not what the spot you want to be in, but Falcons actually taking a lot more of a passive approach this time. Usually they would start the fights already, but proper respect given over to Corinthians.
Just waiting for the opponents to pull the trigger first, or at least to make one mistake. The blessing here is not a lot of grenades picked up yet, so those lethals are not going to be a huge issue for Falcons to deal with. As I say that, Omala steps on in. May brings Razorback RRQ with an early loss, but the recovery is there. We'll catch up with the Indonesians in a little bit. And it's just a quick teaser. Nando X hopping on up. He's got the Mag 7 in play, and Peter goes for the chase with the Bison, but it's a bait! It's a bait, and Peter on fire gets knocked down onto the ground. Mala with a shot, Karoro on the ground as well. What a beautiful bait by Corinthians.
And Corinthians, they're going to wipe out three members of Team Falcons. Technically 4, we got that revive back. So at the end of the day for Falcons, they barely make it out. They didn't suffer the same fate as WAG, and they also walked away with a point of their own. But still, Corinthians taking possession of Graveyard. The irony of it is that Falcons, a team that used to be the one that is willingly taking fights right now, not only went on the passive approach, but also got ran over in an early fight. And oh boy, this could get very dirty.
Yeah, okay, all right. Peter just flew on in, and he's about to be bagged shortly. I cannot believe we just saw Falcons make that rookie mistake. They were laying out the trap, and they just got baited out of their defenses, out into the open, got sprayed down as the Corinthians player just dodged right back into the house, onto the ground floor, where the rest of the players were waiting. A team with the experience level of Falcons should have seen that coming, because technically it's them that usually pulls off tricks like that.
Oh yeah. It's a bit of a loss of composure in the opening round. Of course, there is still chances of recovery for Falcons. I think the team that really needs to sit on that is WAG. Plenty of time to think about it, but for Falcons, still not out of the woods just yet, because they have been marked for death. At least Peter has been. So the rest of Corinthians will show up, and Peter have to somehow fight his way out of this. A Bison and a Dream.
Beautiful stuff thus far from Corinthians. On for the hunt, Peter. How long more can this man survive? Tries his best to get away, but Omala catches up. Finally, the Trogon final shot, finding the connection through the window. And forced on a full reset for Team Falcons. The moment they bring Peter back on, they have to figure out exactly how they can recover all of the loot that they have already lost, and lost time as well. 5 minutes on the timer. This is a hard reset, if you can call it.
Oh man, this is definitely one of the slowest starts. I know Falcons usually don't like to be in this position. You know, they are very used to having control, and a lot of times when they are put on the back foot, they are one of the few teams that find it harder to recover. You know, like Twisted Minds, an example is Twisted Minds. They are fine playing from behind, but Falcons, usually they just end up crumbling. And you look at, first of all, they're very spread out. They're just scavenging for resources, but one more just put himself right beside Corinthians again.
This RRQ versus Fluxo does not make me feel good at all. Not good for RRQ, because Fluxo, they are pissed after yesterday. And you do not want to come across the Brazilians when they are on fire. Butchizin, he knows exactly what RRQ is planning, and you can see them slowly backing away, trying to establish their presence here at Mars Electric defensively. If RRQ steps on in, this could just be a battlefield they do not leave from.
And Fluxo, once more, just like every other round we've seen on the global stage, taking control of Mars Electric, will be waiting until the last phase of the circle. Kiroro getting shot down. Corinthians are just hunting down the Falcons. That's 5 points just off of Team Falcons alone.
Technically, they were farming Falcons yesterday as well. I have no idea what kind of gravitation they have up against each other, but they keep attracting one another. One more will get that shot first, and the quick elimination comes on through as well. This is a 2v4, and the Spa Falcons are doing fantastically well. One more fine Hak as well. Does he get taken down? Nando on the ground, but Hak just got picked right back up. On fire! They are smashing them. Omala, the final survivor, and Falcons! What a comeback!
What? They just 2v4 the entire Corinthian squad. Are you kidding me, AJ?
This is why. This is why I will not quit this job, man. I live for moments like that. Holy mama Falcons. You know, I was starting to wonder whether or not I put Falcons in the wrong category. I said they were just like Fluxo, hungry. They're going to go all out. And then they got bagged initially, hunted down. But I think you know, Corinthians, they just stirred the hornet's nest a little bit too much there.
I'm sorry, Team Falcon fans. Don't crucify me. I'm basing off of the observations. Clearly, I was proven wrong. I hope this broadcast never reaches the Team Falcons player because you know, I have mad respect for them. They're great. They're great.
Oh, yeah.
They're great. They've shown that. They've shown that.
Hey, right? You've got mad respect for them, but you did not buy their jersey, Husky.
Yeah, well, I didn't, but you know, I was there when they won the whole thing.
Amen. Amen, bro. Fluxo still keeping an eye on RRQ, or is it the other way around? But out of nowhere, we now see signs of E1 Sports potentially poking their noses into this battle as well. Does not smell good for RRQ. RRQ trying to gatekeep Fluxo, who has got nothing to lose. This is just circle number 2. They can tank the blue anytime.
Oh yeah, at least for now. I mean, Fluxo, they're well equipped already. I mean, if they can somehow take out RQ Kazu, I feel like they would take the initiative if RQ Kazu shoots first, but considering the state of the circle, they might just be heading towards where Pain Gaming is, and I definitely feel like that is a more manageable team at this point in time, right? You don't want to be taking on RQ Kazu despite having that high ground, because you're running straight down.
Oh my, is this a conglomeration of Brazilian squads around this Indonesian team? What's going on here? RRQ, all right, Why Esports to the rescue, and they are bagging Pain players one after the other. Gus picked up already, Italo's the next one. Gus goes in for the pickup, but then both of them are really low on HP. Shin does not take advantage in the nick of time. Motovia turns around, trying to keep the Why Esports players behind. Gus tagged up once again. Motovia almost taken down, but it is Italo who falls fast.
And let's see, they can recover Italo for sure. Just need some time to do so. Italo will take some time to recover. Oh boy, that's gonna attract Fluxo. Bad news if you are Hua Esports. And Poppy is running at Goose. And Goose is like, no, don't come for me. I want to run away. And Abai was like, oh, don't worry, I'll help you, Goose. I'll take out Poppy. So 4 parties taking on one another. And Hua Esports is on the receiving end. They get wiped out. Unfortunate way to end it.
Pain received a majority of the damage initially, but they're still on a full recovery here. RRQ sneaking away the 2 eliminations off of Fluxo. While players fall to them. Vitin now knocks down Dudes. RRQ has got a battle of their own to focus on. Fluxo versus Pain Gaming. Brazil versus Brazil. Who makes it out alive? Fluxo, I sure as hell bet they want this. But now 1 man down in this particular fight with MT7 backing them up away from afar. Can they actually get away from Pain Gaming?
How aware are they that there's a separate team,
RQ
Kazu around the corner? It seems like they are going to back off a little bit, but putting themselves in a good angle, right? The blue zone is pushing in, but at least they're not exposed to the elements of RQ Kazu, and they decided, you know what, we're not going to do with Pain Gaming. We are just going to go straight into the circle, and now Pain Gaming have to deal with RQ.
A very interesting rotation coming through from Fluxo. They could have actually gone in there for the points, but choosing to play the circle instead. And they knew that on the left-hand side, RRQ had the opportunity to drop by to say hello as well. Just choosing to play it safe is the smart play here for Fluxo. Props to them. Yeah. Ikal will get shut down. Falcons are back in it, baby. 6 eliminations strong. All thanks to Corinthians stirring the hornet's nest earlier on. And they've got decent loot, but not enough to take on 2 squads at the same time. In fact, there are 3 right in front of them, so Falcons need to slow the pace down a little here.
I know back in the EWC finals, one more was my personal MVP, really stepped up to the occasion to help them win that trophy, and what a time to come alive, right? To make that clutch. And we've seen Falcons do it, right? They make that running back, they start with a horrible beginning, they recover, and they proceeded to win that booyah. Of course, this is not the championship day yet, but still, Falcons now putting themselves in a very good position. There's E1 and attack all around near them, but Falcons don't really need to contest this yet.
Let's see if or not maybe luck favors Falcons, because RRQ just circled around towards the left-hand side. We still have got Pain Gaining and Twisted Minds to deal with. This, of course, a launchpad can come in handy here, but the problem is there's so limited resource, so limited real estate to play with in this next circle. If they use that launchpad, they're going to be out in the open. Those glue walls need to come in handy, but they are lacking on those glue walls at this point of time.
Oh yeah. See, even for attack all around, they do have some space to work with in this warehouse. You can see that sort of a 2-2 split. The Falcons are just hanging around outside. You got E1 somewhere on the top side as well. BTR have a full squad right in front of them. We'll check back on them a little bit. Twisted Minds, though, we have to deal with Pain, or the other way around. Pain have to deal with Twisted Minds.
And Twisted Minds will have to deal with Buriram when they try to get into the circle, and they are famous for playing the very edges of these circles. Pain Gaming not wasting any more bit of time. Diamond quickly pulling up the glue wall. He was the scouter for the rest of his team members, and instead of taking this fight, they decide to rotate and look for the circle instead. Diamond gets tagged up from the back, does not get dropped just yet. Good glue wall save from the player, and needs to patch himself right back up before Buriram hops into this battle. Oh, Cougar!
Oh, wow! Finding that big explosion. That's going to take down Karoro, and Orfire also getting eliminated by members from E1. So Falcons not out of the waters just yet, but for it's going to be very crucial to check in whether, BRU, they have been quiet for the entire game, but that's always have been the case, right? BRU very comfortable showing up at the final phase of the game and start stirring up some chaos.
I'm not too sure exactly why we are looking at a player at this point of time. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have lost speed of the game, and it's right back. Fluxo up against Twisted Minds. The shots are in their fist. Italo will be lost as Jonah goes a little bit crazy. Gio leading the battle as he pushes on forth. But up on top is Buriram United Esports. Fluxo in a lot of trouble. Twisted Minds inside a tiny little hut. Like shooting fish in a barrel now. And a couple of grenades can get the job done. But Saming FGL, 2 players into oblivion.
They are getting barbecue all clumped up together. That is the worst thing that could happen. MT7, a sniper and a dream, but so many glue walls to go through. 4 members of RQ Kazu just blast through him. So Fluxo out of the conversation in 8th spot after a solid start. RQ Kazu, a good chance of moving forward. BRU playing duck hunting on top of that room. They have the circle within the control. So every single team is free pickings. What a shot from Moshi to down Bitten. But he will get help for now.
Yeah, attack all around, helping out E1 unknowingly. RRQ down at the bottom this time, tortured by Jonah up top. Woodpecker in hand will find the first knock. Dust has got the charge buster, wrong gun to try to aim down Jonah from a target like that. Buriram will be able to dominate a little bit longer, and now with the monster truck to negate the fall damage. Twisted Minds right behind them. Those glue walls desperately needed, and a double one pulled up by Wasana.
Going to start backing off and try to get as much distance as possible. Twisted Minds are going to try and funnel out of that building. Meanwhile, Vigatron Delta knocked out already. BRU continuing to just voucher on these teams. And there really isn't nothing much that they could do. Twisted Minds up against RQ Kazu. Such a tight space to get out of. All the glue walls have to be extended as BRU clears themselves a path to get control of the circle.
And RRQ now needs to take Twisted Minds out of the equation before they deal with Buriram United Esports. And a smart play coming through from the 2-time world champ to stay out of this tussle and then finish off the game to walk away with Booyah on Bermuda. A 58% potential win rate for your 2-time world champs, and they just need to get over the dead bodies of the RRQ players.
This is going to be tough. RRQ, they need time to heal back up, but BRU get high, already down a buy, that's already disadvantage. Jonah, Wasana, they all pick off one of their own. RQ Kazu never stood a chance from the start, and BRU once more showing that brilliance in macro decision to get Booyah #1.
Well, they were quiet all game long. We got a little bit of a glimpse on them, and then we had to just move on right back to the heat of the battle between the other squads. But Buriram kept quiet for a good reason, keeping all of those utilities, keeping all of those lethals, keeping all of those glue walls prepped and ready for the final battle, because their eye is on the prize, and the prize stands within all of those booyahs that they can pick up. The first one done. Question is, how many more can they deliver?
Oh yeah, I mean, if BRU already started the day with a booyah, I think there's definitely more to come. Again, teams have come close, but never close enough. And with if BRU starts tomorrow with 20 points, I think we could at least let them touch the trophy, you know, before we begin the grand finals, because it does feel like we're heading down that way. But either way, congratulations to BRU once more, showing us that they think 10 steps ahead.
Absolutely, man. And of course, RRQ were already in a rough position. They didn't really have a lot of room to work with. They only had one of those doors to work out from. So Buriram already knew exactly where to expect them from. And when Buriram has got information like that, it's all about the footwork and the gunfight. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back to the stage. We want to hear what Buriram has to say about the Booyah.
Primeiro buia do segundo dia da fase de pontos nas mãos do time tailandês Buriram. Eles que foram o melhor time de ontem continuam seguindo essa regularidade aqui e já garantem o primeiro buia. Vamos trocar uma ideia agora com Joena para a gente entender como é que está sendo aqui a passagem deles pela fase de pontos. Yusu, first of all, I would like to say you look really nice in your Vietnam traditional clothes.
Thank you, Carol, and you look good in your Brazilian flag as well.
Thank you.
I love it. So let's move on to our first question. So first of all, congratulations, Jonah, for having your first booyah in the game. Such a very nice way to open our Power Stage Day 2 as well. I would like to ask that your team currently right now is rated as one of the best teams right now in Free Fire esports. So do you consider this thing is right, or do you feel like you have to try harder or do more to really achieve that achievements?
โอเคก็คือเขาอยากทราบว่าตอนนี้ทีมเราก็ถือว่าทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆแล้วก็ได้บูย่าแรกของวันนี้ไปแล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นแบบท็อปทีมในลีกเลยแต่สำหรับตัวเราล่ะรู้สึกยังไงกับบ้างว่าตัวเราคือเป็นท็อปทีมของลีกแล้วนะหรือว่าคิดว่ายังต้องพยายามมากกว่านี้ไปอีกสำหรับโทฟี่นี้
ก็ต้องพยายามมากกว่านี้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทุกทีมเท่าเทียมกันหมด
He said like every team is equal, every team is good. They did a great job after all, and he thinks that his team have to improve more a lot to get the trophy.
Perfeito. A primeira pergunta da Yusu foi direcionada justamente a respeito da Buriram. Perguntou para o Joena se o time da Buriram é considerado um dos mais fortes aqui na competição e se ele concorda com isso ou se ele acha que eles ainda precisam trabalhar mais para ter esse título dos mais fortes por aqui. E ele falou assim que todo mundo aqui é igual. Essa foi a resposta dele. Todo mundo aqui é igual e eles ainda precisam melhorar bastante. Achei modesto o menino. Okay, so we all know that Buriram team are considered the king of Booyah in Asia. So I would like to know how they manage so well to get in the end games and how is the communication of them during this final moments.
เขาบอกว่าสำหรับฝั่งเอเชียบุรีรัมย์ถือว่าเป็นแบบ king of Booyah ซึ่งเขาพูดค่อนข้างบ่อยมากเลยนะเขาก็บอกว่าเลยอยากรู้ว่าเฮ้ยทำยังไงถึงจะสามารถไปอยู่ที่วงหรือว่าไฟท์สุดท้ายได้แล้วตอนที่อยู่ที่ไฟท์สุดท้ายแน่นอนมันค่อนข้างจะแบบดุเดือดเนาะคุยกันยังไงในทีมให้ผลลัพธ์มันออกมาดีขนาดนี้
ก็ไม่ต้องรีบครับเล่นไปเรื่อยๆแล้วดูสถานการณ์ประมาณวงค่อนข้างที่จบแล้ววงเล็กแล้วใช่แล้วก็ไปหาจุดโพซิชันที่ดี
so we are focusing like the situation in front of us, just play game by game and don't need to rush everything.
Okay.
It's the key message.
Perfect. Então a minha pergunta foi direcionada lá na Ásia, eles são considerados os reis do Booyah, assim como a gente considera aqui fluxo, os bicho-papão do endgame. E aí eu queria saber, né, já que vocês são considerados os reis do Booyah lá, como é que é essa comunicação no endgame e como é que vocês conseguem encaixar tão bem o jogo de vocês ali naquela hora final? E ele falou assim que eles estudam bastante e eles tendem a não afobar no endgame, né? Eles procuram se ouvir e estar todos juntos ali na mesma sinergia nos momentos finais e essa é a maior mensagem que ele poderia dizer a respeito do endgame. É isso, minha família. Primeiro Booyah nas mãos dos tailandeses. A gente não fica feliz, mas a gente continua mandando energia positiva para o Brasil. Essa é só a fase de pontos. A gente está treinando para amanhã que acontece a grande final. Primeiro Booyah nas mãos da Buriram. Let's go to highlights.
Yes, and this is the end of our interview. And thank you so much, Yuki, for being our translator for all of the Thai teams. So this is the end. now, let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
Thank you very much to all our hosts. As always, game number 1 going over to the way of BRU, and this one, Get High as our game MVP, stepping it up for the team. But then again, when I say step up for BRU, it's a very loosely used term. Everyone steps up.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. And props to E1 Sports, showing us that yesterday was not a fluke. Today, they still maintain that consistency. Of course, you don't see them at the #1 spot, but still the better Brazilian squad in comparison to Fluxo. We hope to see this a little bit more from them, but I really want to see that Brazilian volcano erupt today. I want to see the tenacity of Fluxo. I think they got caught up in some of these battles a little bit too long, especially when RRQ took that fight up against them in that sequence that we see right now. They flew right behind, distracted the boys of Fluxo, and that pretty much ended their run in here in that 8th spot.
Yeah, and even for like WAG, right, taking the challenge against Fluxo, that one went horribly. A potential recovery for Falcons. I mean, they put up a highlight reel for sure. They just were not able to make it until the very end. And again, once more, BRU, you kind of saw, like, if you have a bird's eye view, you can see the brilliance of BRU from a mile away. But for the teams on stage, obviously, they don't get this luxury. So RQ and Tisama is forced to fight in close quarters, and at the back of their mind, for everyone watching, they know that whoever comes out of that alive will eventually lose to BRU, and that's sort of the setup that BRU is kind of found to enable them to win the round regardless of what happens.
And when push comes to shove, Wasana on that electrotherapy link, courtesy of Get High's backup. I don't know how you counter that. I do not understand how you counter that. And even that said, it is Get High that walks away with the most number of eliminations. This guy is one of the best players out there as backup for your squad, and he is one of the ultimate slayers. In fact, every single player on the side of Buriram are ultimate slayers. There's really no fix if you are their opponent.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, like, can you outplay BRU, right? Like at one point when you face BRU in CQC, everything goes out the window. Can you out mechanic them? And a lot of times the answer is very clear cut. It's BRU that comes out on top. And even in that final circle, a lot of times you look at that kill feed, it's always, Jonah gets one, Wasana gets one, Get High gets one. It's all these 1v1s that go in the favor of BRU. Double Tatsuya plus 1 Cassie, Skylar, one of the most standard team comps loadout right now. So nothing special about it. It's just BRU very, very prepared.
Dude, I bow down to what this man can do. He's the support player, and he just walked away with 5 eliminations, and you would think he's actually chipping off some of the damage here that the other players are putting in initially, and he's just walking away with the eliminations. No, this man has got 7 assists off his own. Obviously, Wasana did a lot of damage there alongside Moshi, but Get High just played this on a whole other level, and he's the lowest fragger. We are going to count Declong out of this equation. He's the lowest fragger on the side of Buriram. As a support player, how is this even possible? This is mind-blowing performance.
It is. Coming in strong, right? You want that extra 20 points. At least if they get 20 points tomorrow, I mean, heck, they could finish third, get 15 points for tomorrow, and they still have a 1-round cushion. Key players for this game, it's Get High and Moshi. Wow. What can we say?
I know, right? Get High was
this job is extra hard just because it's the same team dominating for 3-4 years straight.
Yeah.
But yeah, at least for Elim leaders, we got Abai did step up. It's good to see RQ kind of back in the fray.
I still cannot get over this. He's got the Cassie. He's giving extra assistance to other players, and he's still bagging the eliminations and the damage. This man is just on another level altogether. Of course, we still have to highlight some of the other teams here. Yeah, they all struggled. If you compare them up against Buriram United Esports, who kept the major part of the work towards the end sequence of that matchup, unlike RRQ, who really had to fight and claw their way through multiple battles to get to that final circle.
Oh yes, and I think game 1 not too shabby. Yeah, BRU did have a 9-point lead over the second place team, which is RQ Kazu, but it's not insurmountable, right? RQ Kazu got off to a good start, and compared to yesterday's performance, you definitely want RQ Kazu to kind of make up for lost points. They ended in 4th place. That's 3 bonus points, but they could definitely go further than that.
And most definitely, and of course they are aiming for that. It's just that this is just not the kind of competition where it's a easy cruise. If you make a couple of mistakes where you can find the recovery a little bit later on, it's technically a mini version of our grand finals that you guys will be subjected to watch all throughout the day. 6 matches only. It's going to be a really quick one, but it's a mini version of that, right? 6 opportunities to grab as many points as possible, and all of those teams wanted as much. Even teams like Fluxo, who are clunking out a little bit early, they bring so much of lethal power out there to the battlefield. You can ask WAG, they'll most definitely verify that. WAG really did not see that one. I did not see that one coming, because WAG actually won against Fluxo quite a number of times already in these early drops.
And gotta give props to Fluxo. They definitely came a lot more prepared, right? Sure, you might have beaten them yesterday, but it's not going to always be the same. Fluxo, as vulnerable as they were yesterday against WAG, they definitely feel a lot hungrier today. At least that game 1, you saw kind of that drop angle. It really came down to who gets the first shot, and Fluxo just found a better fight. WAG had no way to respond to it. Pretty unfortunate, but that's Bermuda. We can put that behind us. I wonder if WAG would kind of switch up how they approach the game.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got a shout out from our sponsors. And right after that, we will commence Purgatory for all of you guys. So don't go anywhere.
Kaspersky's now in Free Fire. Get Kaspersky Plus and score an exclusive skin. With the most powerful antivirus, plus tools like unlimited VPN, gamer mode, and a password manager, you'll secure that booyah in style. Don't sleep on this. Keep your devices safe and play safe with Kaspersky.
We're back in it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Booyah on Bermuda for the one and only Buriram. And Purgatory obviously is the place where WAG shined the brightest yesterday, at least for the first bout of it, and then clunked out the second time when it came around on that random map. Today, WAG started off pretty rough. Perhaps this is where they find that recovery to pick up those 10 points.
For now, we're gonna hand it over to our host on the stage once more to take us into Purgatory.
Bora para nossa próxima queda, que será Purgatório. Nem céu nem inferno, é Purgatório, Su.
Yes, and our next map will be Purgatory. No surprise, since our first map, the Booyah belonged to Grim United Eastward, the king of Booyah as always. But I think this map will be a different one. So, let's take off for this one.
Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Purgatory coming up, map number 2 of day 2 of Point Rush. This is going to be a continuation of that journey to get as much headshot points as possible. BRU already got a good start, and that is bad news for 11 other teams in the lobby. See, a very generous flight path. BRU likes Marble Works, and no teams have been daring enough to contest them for a full year, and that will remain the same. But Fluxo, they are going to be on the same island.
Fluxo man spreading throughout 3 different compounds here just below Buriram. And you can tell they're going to be ready for a battle. Unless, of course, Jonah drops by to say hello to Bobs with a little bit of backup from Get High. Things could go sour very, very quickly. Depending on where the position of this first circle is, okay, it's not going to be too troublesome at all for both Buriram and Fluxo to make it in without encountering each other. So thank Fluxo's lucky stars for the time being. This time, Corinthians do not face off against Falcons, but a potential skirmish up against Bigatron Delta cannot be avoided potentially here.
Yeah, and even for BRU, if they go down south to take that bridge, it's going to be Fluxo waiting for them. But if they go up north, they might have to face off against WAG. So one of the few times that BRU is sort of caught in the middle, but usually on Purgatory, they have been able to have a very stable early game. They stick around on that Western Island for quite a long time, scavenging marble works and going to golf course afterwards. But if Fluxo remains there, then that early skirmish might be a possibility. Falcons on Lumber Mill, they like to take South Island, and so far, they haven't really been contested much.
Falcons, on the other hand, we're going to put them on a pause for a time being and look at WAG, a team that desperately needs to recover after the blunder at Bermuda earlier on, falling prey to Fluxo, giving them the 4 points. Of course, Fluxo couldn't do much with those 4 points towards the end because of all of that chaos. 14 minutes in, 8 more teams surviving, circle just way too small. And of course, that led to their, I would say, technically late but early demise on Bermuda. WAG needs to make sure that recovery is made as well as they pick up decent enough points to make sure they can chase for that number 1 spot. But consistency is key though. If they get a little bit too nervous, a couple of mistakes, unforced errors may just put them in a pickle.
Yeah, pretty early Q order being put out as well. Dude's gonna get shot at. Does find a vehicle, tries to protect this, or hops up, places a glue wall down. Actually starts calling for backup. Realizing that, okay, maybe driving away wasn't the best choice. That vehicle now compromised, having to face off against Team Falcons. RRQ Kazu decides to continue that journey on foot.
And the Cassie is providing him that backup required. RRQ will be able to gather right back up. No problems for the time being until, of course, they decide to cross this river and bump into their brothers Bigatron Delta. This could just be trouble. Cross on the battlefield stands 2 squads, Hua Esports and Bigatron. For the time being, nobody has spotted out Abe just yet. And RRQ, they need to bet on Hua engaging with the players of Bigatron Delta, and the opposite happens. It is RRQ with the initial first shots.
Yeah, actually pretty smart. Like we saw RQ actually got 2 extra vehicles, but they decided to park it right at the fishing hut and swim over, so you limit that noise, and clearly BTR were not expecting that backstab. So very well played from RQ Kazu, even taking out one of the vehicles that BTR has alongside 2 of their members. Saving grace, Bigatron still has 1 extra vehicle. They have a vending machine nearby that they can get their revive in and get an early reset.
What's on the plate here for RRQ? They now replace Bigatron Delta in terms of position, while Esports is eyeing them from afar. Shin making his way slowly but surely. And that R1 scan just ahead of them to make sure where they rotate into is not going to be holding trouble. So this is a good defensive spot for RRQ to work with. They're very aggressive Hua Esports, sending a scout, sending a flanker on that right-hand side. Shin potentially going to get caught out here. Yanbin spotted out. Car ablaze, Hua Esports. Did they just dig their own graves?
Might be a chance that they just did. Getting to fight the high ground. We see the electrotherapy. Dev from the side. Providing a bit of support, but Poppy is going to get overwhelmed. He needs help right now. The electrotherapy keeping him alive for just a little bit. Still gets blasted by Ma'ao. The rest of the teammate is here, but unfortunately cannot get in the right position. Bring it back up. And now Yanbin, isolated by the glue wall. He also falls. And Dev might be number 3. Ma'ao and Abai from the corner. Those blue walls delaying the inevitable through the tent. He gets shot down. Hua Esports once again eliminated.
Yep, they dug that grave pretty deep. Accidentally stumbled into it. The vehicle out in the open. Always a risky maneuver. RRQ already managed to circle on into a decent enough defensive spot where they could counterattack on Hua Esports. Yes, should have read that situation a little bit better. Riptide Rhythm straight towards Corinthians to break down the defenses, and Falcons not really staying to play. They want to bugger off for the time being and continually looting progress. They know exactly what happened when they were not prepared for that previous battle, so not looking to make that mistake again.
See, you mean for side of Corinthians, right? This time, literally split by river, so you don't have to worry about taking on Falcons anytime soon. In fact, where you're at, not only is in the circle, but plenty of room to work with at campsite. So a slow approach for Corinthians, but can't really say the same for BTR. Because Koja is actually mortally wounded in Ski Lodge, and usually when you're in Ski Lodge, it is a death sentence. Did they just see him? Oh, they definitely.
Well, Coach, I thought he walked away with that one, but no problems whatsoever for Bigatron. Easy revives. And E1 Sports picking up their very first point of Purgatory. Still the better Brazilian squad. Looking for those points. Of course, there's no benefit of being the better Brazilian squad yesterday, because although they did outdo Fluxo in terms of capability and position on the overall leaderboard, picked up no points on day one of Point Rush. They want to make a difference today. And Falcons up against Fluxo. This is a big fight for the Brazilian team.
You see Falcons instantly double backed. The moment Fluxo started shooting at them, they again want to keep their vehicle safe, but Fluxo actually pushing forward. Bursting bringing GU in, and Falcons do take the launch pad, or at least one of them took the launch pad out, and even with Fluxo, they will make that retreat. No overcommitment. I do like the discipline from both teams.
Yeah, car ablaze, but just in the nick of time, they had a little bit of cover from that trailer. So good place for the Brazilian squad. They got a little cheeky, but were wary enough to back away from that fight when needed. Now, Bigatron Delta gets their rotation cut off by Hack, throws her straight to the chest. Koja gets nailed. Nike Boy finds Ekal. And this looks like it is not going right for Bigatron Delta.
Bigatron Delta really having a rough start to the game. 37.5 minutes in, they not only got ambushed by RQ Kazu in the earlier phase, thinking that they were taking on Hua Esports, but right now intercepted by Corinthians. BRU against WAG. One of the highlights that we have been looking forward to. Alan and Cyrus round the corner and double Riptide Rhythm. Alan exposed and eliminated.
Oh, beautiful play coming through from Moshi, and that sniper will do its damage. Wasana down on the ground though. That electrotherapy was not clicked in time. Man could not top his health right back up. Get high too far. Jonah going in for the shutdown in a 1v3. But the captain, although he is really good, he cannot stand up against X-Ball with a fantastic headshot. AWM does the damage. Moshi tagged up from the back! And WAG could not get Fluxo earlier, but they recover by shutting down Buriram.
Once more, Export delivers on that sniper. This guy is consistent through and throughout. The two last eliminations were collected by him. Point blank shot on the Jonah and a long range snipe onto a escaping Moshi. BRU out of the equation. Now it is a free for all for everyone on this map. Another Riptide Rhythm breaking the glue wall of Fluxo. Falcons will meet them again.
Because luck was mixed in there. That backup player, the support player, get high, taken out of the equation first. That electrotherapy not working. Wasana could just not pull it off the way he usually does. Jonah as backup. Even the two most lethal players on the side of Buriram could not deal with the aggression WAG brought in after the disappointing run on Bermuda. Good to see WAG back to their winning ways. If they could deal with Buriram in that way, like you said, Husky, the solution that needs to be found is for those mechanical plays. And WAG just dropped that, pushes in. A 1-for-1 trade. Kororo tagged up. It's a 2v1, but Peter with the backstab. Can he find one for himself? Gio says no. Bob takes the final picking, and On Fire flies on in. It's a 2v1 up against you this time round. On Fire picked the wrong opponent, and Fluxo just flushed Falcons.
Oh my goodness, GU saving his team. Literally, also having help from the electrotherapy, but hidden MVP, you gotta give it to Bobs. As Falcons were about to go for the rush, the grenade clipped the back line and it stalled out Team Falcons. So, the way, good plays from both sides. Fluxo on top. Hawk is gonna be gone on. Of course, Glue Wall Melter will stall out, will try to melt down that glue wall for now. Through the wall is going to be Omala. They take out Iguin, Vitinine also on the ground. Nike Boy with the snipe, and now E1 on the run. Nando X with the secure. And Corinthians essentially have won this fight.
Nike Boy trying to call for that backup. They saw the two players running straight towards him. Now Pau and Vitin XP both really low on that HP. The rest of their players will expire. Pau has got the Car 98 in hand. Could be lethal if he finds a headshot off of any players on the side of Corinthians. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defense of Nando X. But is that going to help them find anyone at all though? Vitin XP really pushing up front. Backstab comes through from Hak. And they will be able to nail the guy down. E1 Sports final player taken out. And they are eliminated in 9.
Now Corinthians 6 points and counting. Currently, the team with the highest eliminations in this game. Number 2.
Yeah.
Once more, still hanging around the campsite area, but being able to find 4 extra points is a big bonus, considering that campsite is still open for business.
Corinthians did fairly well yesterday, but still E1 Sports managed to overtake them. A little bit of an error in information earlier. Fluxo was better than E1 Sports yesterday. My apologies. Let's see if they can actually pick up points here today. RRQ up against Fluxo. Fluxo has been phenomenal thus far. But up against the Indonesian squad who do have the circle and the advantage here to gatekeep them. But not a lot of defensive plays can be pulled off here by RRQ if anybody interferes in this fight. And attack all around, looking at their movements, might just be the ones who pull that interference in here.
A couple of attacks onto Bob's uphill battle against RRQ Kazu. Once more, glue wall melters exchanged by both teams. And Fluxo taking a beating so far. The amount of utilities they have to commit just to get close to RQ Kazu, and now they split up, pushed into one side, GU from the other. GU getting blasted by Razor, and there's one flank eliminated. Dudes with the grenade launcher, takes out Boss, pushes in, takes one in the face as well. Dudes with a double elimination, and MT7 eliminated, and RQ Kazu comes out on top.
And Fluxo goes back empty-handed once again. My goodness. Monsters are being flushed out here early in Purgatory. WAG still alive, looking for this next circle, and they get to gatekeep Pain Gaming. I am in disbelief in all of these fights that we have watched thus far. Now attack all around, preying on RRQ players. Getting the first knock onto Ma'al. Allen with the sharp shots potentially delivered shortly. He has got the vantage point. You see the tag from across. Cyrus with that Cassie electrotherapy as well, but no retaliation just yet. RRQ up against Bigatron Delta. Dix down on the ground, but two players on the side of RRQ already bleeding out. Razor can't go in for the save just yet. Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses. Razor steps on out. Cougar backs him with the grenade launcher, and now the next contender will be Bigatron Delta for attack all around.
And X ends in. Where did the grenade come from? What? Corinthians deciding that they want to be judge, jury, and executor, takes out Bigatron Delta, and now there's a great chance to clean up the rest of the battlefield. Corinthians decided they're going to take a battle angle. It's them against attack all around.
Legit the best game throughout the whole point rush thus far is this match here at Purgatory. Momentous event, one after the other. Krillin circles around and Gus outplays him with a throw gun. But a sliver of Bell needs to run away because here comes Twisted Minds to pick up the final few pieces. Pain Gaming has got no way to recover. Gus goes down. One more player for the side of Pain Gaming outside the circle. This is going to be impossible to survive.
Can WAG outdo themselves once again? 2 against 4. We saw that for Falcons, but for WAG, for even that feels like a tall task. They don't have export anymore. The star player is already out, and Twisted Minds are not a team that you want to be to take on with a man disadvantage. They have a high ground as well. WAG forced to fight this.
Yeah, two-man disadvantage. They could have just kept quiet, but they just fired at them unnecessarily. Motovia goes down. Pain Gaming, that's the end for them. Taken out in 6th spot. Now WAG is the threat for Twisted Minds, so they'll need to finish off this job first. Cyrus with that electrotherapy sends Allen in for the shot, gets the tag, but tagged up in reverse. And Saming can't finish the job. No. Finally, Nameless gets the tag onto him. And Cyrus gets wiped out as well, out in 5th for WAG.
An attack all around will take on Corinthians right now. Both of them were vouchering and were scavenging the battlefield, but only one of them is going to make it out alive. The blast through the glue wall to kind of distract the Corinthians. Jump God somehow is still ducking around. Finally, Omala shuts him down. Nonetheless, gets Cougar. Nike Boy with a snipe on the Poon God. It is all falling apart. They jump into the vehicle with him as well. RRQ, oh no, attack all around. Gets eliminated, and RQ Kazu will be next on the list. Dudes can't hide for long. Corinthians coming alive, and Twisted Minds also in the conversation. It's going to be the last two teams.
Corinthians on a tear. I thought that monster truck was going to be going straight through all of those glue walls. But one player down on the ground already. Nike Boy with a sharp shot. Up across the battlefield. Diamond goes down. X-Posse eliminated as well. Corinthians on the run of their life here with the aggression. Nando X waiting for that backup. Here comes Omala as well. The electrotherapy working. And like a tank, he moves through the players of Twisted Minds. Saming, the final one, up on his feet. Nameless picked right back up. And still two players standing in here. Corinthians, they don't have the job done just yet. And they hop on right back in, Saming and Nameless right behind that blue wall.
It's not going to be easy. There's only one way out of that blue wall, and Corinthians know it. So Twisted Minds are going to set up a new perimeter. Corinthians have a 1-minute advantage, and someone played from afar, but they all lined up for the Corinthians. The Brazilians stepping up to the occasion.
The volcano erupting for sure. The Brazilians are not messing around. They want that #1 spot. They want the 10 points. And these boys are sure as hell earning it. No luck involved there for the Corinthians. That's all out brutal aggression. My goodness, what a fantastic finisher. Well deserved.
see what happens when BRU is not in the final circle. It is a playing field for everyone else. Of course, Corinthians put in a lot of that hard work as well, being able to not only make it through that early game with, 5-6 eliminations, coming in, intercepting teams in battle, and at the very end, just playing better than their opponents. Remember, yesterday they finished in 9th spot, but they sure as heck would not finish 9th by the end of the day with this performance.
I mean, this is the best game Corinthians have had, and Corinthians, they warmed up late, right? They only performed in the final 2 games of yesterday at Kalahari and Nexterra, and of course, in Purgatory, second round around, they kind of faltered once again. So out of the 6 games, they only had 2 solid ones, but today, with this phenomenal performance here at Purgatory so early in the day of Point Rush, there's a great hope for Brazil now in the name of Corinthians.
Oh, it definitely is, and it's also, again, a nostalgic feeling, right? Corinthians, the first ever team that walked away with a world championship 5 years ago, but Corinthians coming alive. Good to see them back on the battlefield. We got 4 games to go, but for now, let's speak to the winners from Corinthians.
Salve o Corinthians, Arena Carioca, porque o segundo buia do segundo dia da fase de pontos tá na mão deles. Pode comemorar aí, fazer muito barulho de casa, que finalmente a gente sente aí o gosto de um buia brasileiro. Vamos trocar uma ideia aqui com o Nandox. Yusu, please.
And that is the second booyah belong to Corinthians. Oh, hello, Nandox. I would like to ask that. I remember our beginning in the knockout stage is not that smooth, right? You guys having struggled a little bit, but now from the second week of the knockout stage until now, Corinthians is really perfect at this moment. And I wonder that you guys have a female, right? Like she is like the analyst of the team, isn't it? Yeah, she's the analyst of the team. So how does she bond everyone else to become this perfect team like this?
That's an incredible question. Thank you, Su. A primeira pergunta da Yusu foi referente à analista, a Vicky. Primeiramente, ela elogiou vocês, que vocês tiveram alguns altos e baixos na primeira semana da fase classificatória. Já na segunda, vocês conseguiram trazer o jogo a favor de vocês. E ela gostaria de saber como uma figura feminina pode ajudar o jogo de 5 jogadores.
De diversas formas, ela ajuda a gente, tanto dentro do jogo quanto fora do jogo. Ela é uma pessoa muito importante para o nosso time. Ela cuida muito da gente, né? E é isso que eu tenho para falar. É uma pessoa muito incrível.
Perfect. So basically, she helps us a lot in game and out of the game. She's probably a mother figure for us, and she's also very smart, and she takes a good care of us. So she's really important for our team.
Oh my gosh, no wonder why you guys are getting better and better day by day.
A Vicky é maravilhosa. Beijo, Vicky. Okay, so let's talk about the aggressive game style you guys have bring to the competition right now, because we saw that the game style around here is probably to hunt each other in the games. We have watched this a lot from Asian game style. So I would like to know how you guys adapt your game style to the other regions game style. A minha pergunta é basicamente sobre o estilo de jogo, que vocês conseguiram se adaptar muito bem ao estilo de jogo agressivo. Vocês estão indo para cima, buscando trocação. Eu quero saber como é que foi essa adaptação aí, essa virada de chave para vocês conseguirem se adaptar ao jogo das outras regiões.
Era mais questão de tempo para a gente conseguir fazer essa adaptação, porque já é um jogo que a gente é um pouco acostumado a fazer. A gente já fazia aqui no Brasil, porém a gente não tinha essa, vamos dizer assim, nós não éramos cascudos no sentido deles também fazer contra a gente, porque no Brasil é um estilo de jogo diferente. A gente que rushava nos times e agora os times que estavam rushando a gente. Então foi questão de tempo para a gente adaptar isso.
Perfeito. So it was about time for us to get used to their game styles. So we understand that we have different game styles between regions, and most of all, we already have like this aggressive game style back in Brazil, but it's a totally different game. So we just need to practice, and we got used to it
really fast, so it's no problem for us at all. É isso, minha família. Vamos de melhores momentos agora, porque o melhor momento do dia até então foi esse buiazão brasileiro nas mãos do Corinthians. Let's go to highlights.
Yes, and this is the end of our interview with Corinthians. And congratulations again. We hope to see you rise more high next time. So let's go back to our caster and see the highlights, everyone.
Now you know exactly where all the effort comes from. It's from their hearts, and it's from a lot of love. 29 points with one particular goal to make Brazil proud. And what a way to get it done. This has to be one of their best rounds throughout the whole competition, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? I think this definitely has raised the bar a little bit for the Corinthians. We've always sort of have the inkling of what they can actually achieve, but we never really saw them, you know, kind of come out full force, right? It always feels like there's something holding them back, or they couldn't fully commit. They ended up losing crucial fights, but this one feels like Corinthians in their element. Very opportunistic, very ruthless in their approach, right? So accurate with how they want to take these fights, and you give them an edge, they take them out. Even a team like Attack all around could not withstand them.
And we were talking about how aggression pays off in some of these games, and they just hit a mile high with that aggression. 17 eliminations, and of course to bag the top spot with the Booyah as well with the extra 12 points gives them a solid 29. Buriram, on the other hand, exited a little bit too early this time round, and of course, to our surprise, no surprise to WAG, they were on fire. They were looking for the top spots. Didn't manage to get into the final circle, and this was that fight that we were talking about, right? Taking out Get High delivered the best opportunity for WAG to smash Buriram earlier.
Oh yeah, and I mean for BRU, they definitely had a bit of a hiccup. You know, they lost that one round. I know. I literally just said that after game one, they technically will have some breathing room, and clearly that has been expended. MVP for game number 2, Nike Boy. Crazy shots at the very end. Literally just picking off crucial targets.
5 eliminations, 3,598 on the damage. You know he was ferocious out there, grabbing any shots that he could at all of these players. Glue wall or not, you know he's going to be able to penetrate all of it with his M82B. Nando X in there with the aggression as well, with all of those grenades lobbed. Hacked with the electrotherapy backup, making sure Omala can do his job well up in front. This was a all-out pure teamwork. You can see that with the numbers as well. 4 eliminations on all of the other 3 players except Nike Boy, who had 5. Every single player with high assists, especially Hawk, grabbing the spotlight with the 8 assists that he had.
Oh, absolutely. Even Hawk kind of has that ferociousness to kind of run into the fray. We also talk about the Reaper on the side of Corinthians, Omala, who has had a fantastic group stage up until this point. Always reliable when you need him to go in and get the job done all on his own. So Corinthians and BRU both really showing what they're made out of. I was expecting maybe Fluxo is going to be the second team, but speaking about Fluxo, they have been in the middle of the pack for the past 2 games.
Yeah, and they are in the middle of the pack on the overall leaderboard for today as well. A total of 15 points from the past 2 matches, an average of 7.5 points. It's not great, but it's good enough to keep you still in the running for that number 1 spot. But they can't dilly-dally all that too long anymore. They have to pick that pace up. We can see the aggression coming through from them. We can see them trying their very best, but it's just luck, man. I mean, you have no idea exactly who you're going to come across in these circles, and everybody's so hungry out there. Fluxo just got flushed out a little bit too early.
Yeah, very unfortunate, right? And I mean, we kind of saw Fluxo. It's not like they got completely caught with the pants down. Sometimes they also consciously take these fights, but there is something that kind of leaves room for you to ponder where Fluxo truly stands in that micro gameplay. We've seen them play incredibly well. When they took out Falcons, that was kind of a great moment, right? Because they had these insane utility usage, and then when they ended up falling to RQ Kazu, it definitely felt like Fluxo kind of let the ball drop.
Yeah, and RRQ Kazu, they have learned already from the performance yesterday. They are out of the gates and they are super aggressive from the very start of the day, right? 16 points in Bermuda, 17 points at Purgatory. I see a slight improvement. I see consistency. They keep this up, obviously in the running for the #1 spot, but easier said than done. The global finals is a different beast altogether. None of them out there know exactly what to expect. Each and every single game, each and every single moment out there is a unique situation on its own, and it's depending on variable items out there in terms of how this battle is going to go. The most important one is how well looted you are to take that fight out in the open.
Yeah, and I mean, even when you look back at the Fluxo kind of sequence, they had to use so much glue walls just to get close to RQ Kazu, so that itself already doesn't feel as good. Key players for that game just now, we got Nike Boy, most elims and damage, and also Huck, like you pointed out earlier on, 8 assists of Corinthians on the board.
Yeah, and of course, if you've got your rusher/support player doing that well, then you don't really have to sweat it at all. 4 out of 5 players from Corinthians on the elimination leaderboard. Cougar with a special mention here with the 3 elims on his side, on the side of attack all around. But once again, this is a massive round for Corinthians, a massive round for Brazil overall. This most definitely puts Corinthians for sure in the top 3 for the day's performance, but we are only 2 games deep. We've got 4 more to go. Many teams can rise, many teams can fall. Fingers crossed Corinthians not the ones to fall, because today, once again, is a day where we're looking for Brazil to pick up those crucial points needed for tomorrow's head start.
And definitely hope that if you are Corinthians, you continue this dominance, right? 34 points, just 1 point ahead of RQ Kazu. Then you are followed by 3 Thai teams, Tristan Mines, BRU, and Attack all around. I mean, WAG, they definitely had a way better round 2 than round 1.
Yeah.
Falcons, BTR struggling, and Hua Esports still stuck at square 1.
So 34 points, it basically means Corinthians only picked up 5 points at Bermuda. So you can see them hitting those lows of lows and then the highs of highs. I want to hope and pray for them that they keep that consistency somewhere towards the high, because hitting a couple of more lows will put them back right where they were yesterday, and that's not something that they want. Obviously, they need to make good work of this momentum that they've built for themselves, and if they could keep up that level of aggression for quite a number of team fights, fingers crossed they'll be able to do the exact same in the next map as well, which is the complication. Not every single squad out here is like Buriram with full mastery over each and every single one of these maps.
Yeah, definitely not. And even when BRU has mastered a map, there are still times where certain teams kind of outsmart them, right? Or you know, the state of the game doesn't favor BRU. They get caught out somewhere. Bottom line, they are not immortal. They are just very good at the game, but you can still take them down in given the right circumstances. And we have seen that enough times. I think going into game number 3, teams Alpine, teams need to, if they have followed BRU, they know that this is literally their strongest map. BRU hardly surrenders Alpine, so if you don't win it, you at least need to be ready to plunder as much points as possible before the very end.
Yeah, that makes it so much more worse for Corinthians, because Alpine is their worst map. So they really need to dig deep here in order to maintain that consistency, or else they are going to allow all of this high momentum to be lost, you know, instantaneously, right? But okay, fingers crossed Corinthians make some sort of miracle play here. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, we've got a little bit of a shout out awaiting all of you guys. And of course, that's going to be a quick short break for us. When we come back, it's going to be game 3 at Alpine.
Welcome back to the Point Rush, day number 2 for FFWS Global Finals. Once more, we are going to get ready for game number 3, where we head over to Alpine. and see if Corinthians can overcome one of their worst performing maps up against BRU, who is going to be on their best performing map. Because for every other team out there, it is a map that everyone struggles when BRU is involved. Hua Esports in particular has not been having a good time at all.
Now they haven't. And of course, it's an opportunity for WAG to play that recovery as well. They've had 2 Booyahs so far on Alpine. Attack all around has matched them with the total number of Booyahs. Speaking of WAG, these are the top 3 teams that you guys can look out for here. Of course, special mention for CLG. They're currently not playing in Point Rush. If you want to look at the top 3 teams that are playing, it's WAG, Twisted Minds, and Falcon.
Now, with that being said, we are going to hand it over to our host on the stage as they officiate game number 3 and bring us into Alpine.
Bora decolar, vamos pro nosso próximo mapa, que é Alpine, Yansu.
We are on our halfway of the day today, so this will be map 3, Alpine. And during the map, I can see that in the top 3, we have WAG as the first, and the second is Fluso. So maybe they will have another intense fight, I don't know, but let's watch and take off with me, Camilota.
Vamos ver o que vai acontecer, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Alpine time, baby. Game number 3. At the end of this, we will be at the halfway point for the day. For the time being, Corinthians, they dominate up top on the leaderboard, making Brazil proud. But can they keep this up? We'll have to wait and see exactly what this flight path has to offer, as he has skewed a little bit towards the left. It may get a couple of teams entangled in an early fight that they're not expecting.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty fair snowfall for BRU as always. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Proper respect again given to by most teams to the rest. The Corinthians pretty spread out. Sunside to base camp all the way to Rai. Hot drop again. Hua Esports against Fluxo at Stadium.
This is gonna be a little bit messy. Hua Esports touchdown a little bit slow here. And Bob's kind of identifying that he needed to back away from that, which is in hot out first. Bob circling around. He just picked up a SMG for himself. Yanbin has got a little bit of backup. Shin, GU really low on the HP as well. MT7 needs to run away as quickly as he can. GU, can he survive? MT7 out. Bob spots one out already. That A124 will find its tag. And Bob says, I'm going to go on a recovery mission here for the team as GU is left as that sacrificial lamb for Fluxo.
Yeah, let's see how much damage can GU do in this situation. If you can at least take out one, that would be good. Bobs is still hanging out somewhere nearby though. No revivals. This isn't really the best thing. We can kind of see the tether stretched out to his maximum range. They box in Yanbin, who calls him back up from that entrance. It does buy a bit of time for Fluxo to start retreating. GU finds a couple of crates to hide behind. They might actually successfully disengage from this.
Fluxo needs this. They've not been having a great day here at all. Currently 15 points from 2 games. If they clunk out early, the journey just gets so much more difficult on Championship Sunday for them. And Bobs realizes the grim situation that they are in. Vehicle on standby to get away from the heat of this battle. And he's out of there. GU will have to be, once again, that sacrificial lamb that holds the aggression of Hua Esports whilst Bobs looks for some extra coins to buy his team members back.
Yeah. I would say it is good enough, though. Did you not see him? No way.
Is Bobs the distraction?
I think he is, because the vehicle, it does make a pretty loud engine noise.
Yeah.
Bobs might have drawn all of them away. Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah.
They're heading all to Bobs.
Oh, rookie mistake from Hua Esports. And now
They didn't check.
GU has got that revival platform to play with. Will this man bring back the full squad? Because he's dead broke at this point of time. Only 100 free fire coins in his pocket. But no, he's literally trailblazing it out of there. He's just running away for his dear life.
Oh my goodness. It is still okay. Well, they put out the kill order for him. So GU better hope that the sacrifice has bought him enough time and space. We'll check back in a little bit as Falcons seemingly have E1 surrounded, and the majority of the E1 players are on that roof. Falcons just needs to find a way to shoot them out.
Now the players on the side of... we'll catch up with them in a little bit. Because for them to catch up with Fluxo shouldn't be too impossible. Players have enough coins to pool together to buy themselves a launch pad to cut that distance and take him out. But of course, the question is, do they want to invest so much of that coins just for an extra point? Or do they allow Fluxo to recover? Because they have got no idea that they were preying on Fluxo moments ago. We've turned off the elimination feed, so these players have got no idea who they're engaging with out there.
Oh yeah. But I think for Fluxo, well, for Falcons, they have been playing a bit safe. You actually got found out, so Fluxo is out.
It looks like they actually spent that money to buy that launch pad, man, because that was way too fast for them to catch up. And what a fantastic way to do that as well. First putting out the kill order, and then just making sure they meet that mission. Falcons up against E1 Sports. Another Brazilian squad in action so early on here at Alpine. And Falcons is just trying to play the bait this time around. Let's see if they fall for their own trick.
Spring the corner. Actually, Quinn finds it, but good recovery. One more and on fire.
Oh my!
Again, coming in clutch. It's one more. Again, delivering on all fronts. E1 didn't really get to put up much of a fight. There is a revive for Vitin, so even if Power 7 goes down, E1 is still going to be in this fight. Heroro comes in for the 4-point. Falcons survive.
A smart play by Falcons this time around. Yes, bait and switch, one after the other, to get into those engagements, and there's kind of footwork E1 Sports just not very used to. It's a little overwhelming when you get involved in a fight like that. And of course, this was that replay, final player due, and it was just way too easy at this point of time for Hua. And
I mean,
we were talking, at least Gideon and I were talking about how Hua Esports is not WAG, but Hua really stepping it up today.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. Oh, I mean, they do need it, right? They only have 2 points so far, right? So if anything, wiping off Fluxo is a big advantage.
And that's a blow to the ego of the Brazilian players of Fluxo as well. Hua Esports, who literally just had 2 points at the very bottom of the leaderboard, just hunted you down. And I know they started off hot with that aggression, but my advice to Fluxo is still the same. Just don't get into gunfights up until MT7 has got his sniper. It's just really not worth it.
WAG, and they're gonna have a slower start, of course, uncontested. Definitely had some early wars in the first 2 games, so peace is appreciated. I say peace, and RQ rocks up near them. And they want to start a fight.
RQ always on the hunt for a fight. Explore down on the ground. Allen playing the distraction with the Groza. Riptide Rhythm takes down one blue wall. Unnecessary Riptide Rhythm for the side of RRQ. But they split across the battlefield, and they have got the angles to work around here on WAG, who do not wait on ceremony, instantly disengaging. And this will not be a pursuit that RRQ goes for just yet.
You can see they actually found Hawk. Okay.
What?
That's Omala also goes down. That is not what I expected. Okay, Hua Esports really not happy with the first 2 rounds. This is a good recovery. They want to chase for more out into this blue zone because they want Corinthians dead.
I mean, Hua Esports playing this on a whole other level at this point. Hunting down 2 Brazilian squads, 2 big Brazilian teams back to back. And they're close to finishing off the job. Vending machine play though, Corinthians. Looking for the buyback potentially, but they overshoot it. Nando X dragging away these 2 players. He knows he's being pursued. If Hua Esports pulls this off, my goodness, it will shut my mouth up for 5 minutes.
That's good enough, right? That's the entire downtime for our interview. Hey man, if they do get a booyah, it does put them back in contention for a piece of that head start point pie.
Oh, yeah.
But I'd say that this move, they are chasing for that final elim, which, you know, is not too bad of an idea, but they got to remember that circle is pretty far away from them.
RRQ under a lot of pressure, and Allen will find Duds. Razor does manage to find the trade though. Abe a little bit too far off. Allen can't find the connection with the Grocer just yet. And towards the right-hand side, Ma'al has got that AWM aiming for their heads. Krillin with that backstab, but he's a little bit too late to the party. He needs to step up the pace. Launchpad will launch Abe out of danger sight. And Ma'al and Razor just holding down the players of WAG.
RQ has lost one member. Again, fighting an uphill battle. Literally, they don't really have to lever the vantage point to play with. So WAG, they don't really have to move too much. Just stay on the high ground. RQ Kazu taking that launch pad. They're going to look for Krillin. They find the isolated fight, but there is going to be a delay on landing. Krillin gets dropped by Razor. Good decision making.
Double kill.
And this is a slow burn fight for sure. WAG disengaging. Wanting to really get down and dirty with RRQ. And that launchpad will help them do exactly that. RRQ, on the other hand, will find that recovery by bringing their player right back into the equation. But there is a potential replay of that skirmish once again. But it looks like WAG is not going to stand in that path. Nike Boy brings back two of the players from the side of Corinthians. And it looks like a decent recovery has been made for the Brazilian squad as well.
For WAG, losing Krillin is sort of a soft reset. There's a revival point in front of them, and they could cash in on Corinthians too if they want. Vending machine on top of that, so both these teams want it. Oh, they see the drop. They see the drop on the Corinthians. Let's go. WAG, now they have a chance to rack in more points.
Yeah, Hua Esports started it. WAG about to end it for Corinthians here. Hak has got that Mac 10 though. Decent enough gun, but you're going up against a level 1 helmet. He might still be able to do this. Hak just needs to play this really well. Allen has got the better gun for the close quarters combat. Trogon tagged up once again. All about the timing. Rebel Rush. And Hak couldn't cut it up against Allen. The backup was there for the rest of the players as well. Corinthians, one more revival. It looks like they'll continue playing for a while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, WAG with the second point, looking for Omala now. Corinthians, they really don't want to be involved in any fight, but Hua found them. Well, the Vietnamese definitely stepping up this time, working together unintentionally. WAG, well, they're not the kind to show gratitude, so now if Hua has taken care of the Corinthians, WAG will now dispatch of Hua the best they can.
Absolutely, and of course, WAG, clearly the better Vietnamese squad through performance thus far, but Hua Esports looking really dangerous at this point of time. Very aggressive game for them here at Alpine. They don't really have a vantage point up against WAG, who have a decent defensive spot to work with. What they don't have is the circle. Hua Esports can really easily just trot on in towards Rivermouth, find the circle, and then gatekeep WAG. WAG is rich enough to get that launchpad rotation into the circle, though, so nothing much to fret about for the Vietnamese team.
Attack on around. They are going to be under pressure by BRU. See the ice grenade to slow down Pungos's advances. BRU literally spread out. It is a three-man front line. Osana hiding behind the blue wall. They're going to try and go on with him. That Riptide Rhythm is deadly. Moshi lands the timing. Finds jump guard. But BRU, they don't really want to fight this. The rest of the competitors are showing up. BRU will make their escape.
Yeah, Pain Gaming on the way in as well. And Buriram says, nope, not today, baby. You're not going to catch us off. And Pain Gaming continues the onslaught by shutting down attack all around instead. Morovia from up top. He's got the vantage point. He sees the rest of the players. Can he get the shot? No, just 1 second too late. Poon God won't get away. Morovia can't do much with that info. Spots out the players of Bigatron Delta on his way down. Takes that fall damage. Gets healed right back up with that electrotherapy. Smart play coming through from Pain Gaming, but they gotta move.
Oh yeah, Pain Gaming is going to cover a bit of distance. First team in front of them is going to be Falcons. BRU are under that bridge, so they are going to be unbothered for now. But unlike game number 1 and 2, they definitely have a bit more obstacle to go right, to get past. And they're gonna try and sneak under the bridge, but not without any intervention. RRQ drops by.
Oh, what a cross-section battle here. RRQ versus Buriram get high late to the party, but on point here to catch Razor from the back, but does not take the shot. Goes for the electrotherapy connection onto Jonah instead. That's what you call a support player, not greedy for points, but making sure he knows what his role is in that fight.
Yeah. And somehow there are no casualties, right? Which is the best case scenario.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how long this ceasefire would last, though. RRQ feels like they are itching, or at least VRU are the one itching for a fight. And Jonah instantly regrets that, getting blasted.
Uh-oh. Here comes RRQ. They want to flush out Buriram. They got the initial knock, and they want to take advantage of that. Wasana down on the ground. Get high, potentially the next one. A sliver of health. He goes down as well. Mostly the final survivor. There's nowhere to run. Buriram could be told super early in this game.
Oh, yeah. And RRQ Kazu surviving what could have been their demise. They still gotta travel into the circle, though. VRU wiped out once more. It doesn't get better than this for every other team.
Amen. WAG finding Bigatron Delta as well. The 2 knocks not converting into eliminations. As I say that, Alan finishes the job. Poppy steals one away on Kyong. Bigatron Delta out. And once again, we resume the battle between the two Vietnamese squad.
Let's see if Hua can go any further. This is literally their best round already. Gonna deal with RRQ Kazu though on the outside. Pain Gaming out in 6th spot. RRQ Kazu comes right through with explosion. Grenade launcher takes out Krillin, Cyrus, Alan. They all fall. RRQ Kazu dispatches off the WAG members one by one. It's down to X-Borg getting himself up. Sniper and a Dream. But unfortunately, I feel like even for him is too much.
Very interesting play here from X-Ball. Blocking them in, trying to get away. Oh, the circle fails him. And he takes a long route around, losing a lot of health on the way. And Y Esports taking to finish the job right here, right now. And Poppy says hello to X-Ball. X-Ball didn't like that. But Y Esports themselves only have 2 more survivors. They have to keep their heads down.
Oh, they definitely have to. Cripple getting shot already.
Oh,
the win rate dwindling all the way down to 0. Plummet to the grave. RRQ Kazu 12 points. Second time that they make it into the final circle alongside Twisted Minds, but this time standing in front of them isn't VRU, it is Falcon and a wounded one as well. Twisted Minds would take good care of them. Trying to minimize their losses though, they ended up losing Sa Ming, and that's not really what Twisted Minds want.
16 points on the first game, 17 points on the second game. Perhaps a booyah on the third one for RRQ. Up against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds already tagged up. Diamond on the ground. Bleeding out little by little. Nameless gone from the window. Good glue wall protection for him. X-Posse expired already. Nameless out. Woo! And RRQ secures a wonderful comeback on day 2 of Point Rush. What a play!
Definitely needed that boost. RRQ Kazu were already in a pretty comfortable spot by the end of game number 2, and right now with this booyah, it's gonna skyrocket them all the way into first in a pretty sizable lead now that BRU has faltered 2 rounds in a row. There's a representative from Indonesia. We have been talking about BTR way more than RQ Kazu. This is probably one of the first steps to reclaim their spot in the limelight.
My goodness me, and obviously the #1 spot awaits RRQ. Well, they were pretty close to it already earlier on, and with Corinthians bowing out super early this time round without many points in the bag, RRQ should be able to establish their dominance on that #1 spot for themselves for the time being. And Corinthians, they will falter. Twisted Minds keeping up with them. They had a decent number of eliminations as well. It's not all over just yet, but the distance RRQ built for themselves up against these other teams now is going to be pretty difficult to match up to, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But once again, it will not be complete unless we get to hear from the words of RRQ themselves, the secret to success.
Mais um buia por aqui e dessa vez nas mãos de uma região indonésia. Então vamos conversar aqui com o Mal, que é o jogador da RRQ Kazu. Ele fala pouco, mas a gente vai tentar tirar algumas coisinhas aqui dele pra gente entender como é que tá funcionando o jogo até então da região da Indonésia, que tem ido muito bem. Please, Yusuf.
Yes, thank you, Carol. We don't talk too much about the game, right? Because it's just point on stage. So maybe I will ask something else more daily. Mal, I think you had a very great time during your stay here in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. So is there any specific food, that you like in Rio de Janeiro?
Can you repeat your questions? I think it's so hard to hear.
Is there any specific favorite food of you in Rio
Brazil
de Janeiro?
Food?
Yeah.
Brazil food?
Yeah.
Oke. Ada nggak makanan favorit di Brazil selama lo di Brazil?
Paling apa ya? Ayam.
Chicken? Only chicken? Asai? How about asai? Asai?
Asai?
Udah nyobain asai belum?
Belum.
Belum? Oh, not yet to try.
Would you like chicken?
Yeah, he said like chicken. Only chicken? Kalau daging gimana?
Lumayan.
Chicken and beef, I think.
We're the same.
Yeah.
Então a primeira pergunta da Yosu foi direcionada mais às atividades do dia, né? Já que a gente conversa bastante sobre o jogo, vamos falar um pouco sobre a vida pessoal também. Então ela perguntou se existe alguma comida brasileira favorita do Mal. E ele falou assim que, na verdade, ele gosta muito de bife e frango, né? E ele ainda quer experimentar o açaí. Okay, so let's get back to the games question. So,
sure.
We have never seen Indonesia win a Free Fire World Series before. So I would like to know if Indonesia region win this World Series this year, what's the meaning for them to have this winning?
Oke, jadi kita udah lama nggak ngelihat Indonesia itu bisa juara, bisa menang di turnamen global. Kira-kira kalau misalkan Indonesia bisa juara di sini, apa arti untuk kalian?
Pokoknya nggak bisa dijelasin lah, kita bangga banget.
I can't explain that. It's amazing for our teams.
Perfeito. A minha pergunta foi mais direcionada sobre o jogo, né? Porque a gente sabe que a região da Indonésia nunca venceu um campeonato de mundial de Free Fire antes, e a gente sabe que eles batem muito de frente com a região da Tailândia. Então eu queria saber qual que é a importância para eles de ganharem o mundial de Free Fire caso eles ganhem esse. E ele falou assim que ele não consegue explicar, não tem palavras para que ele consiga explicar isso, mas seria realmente de fato muito importante para a região da Indonésia. Minha família, vamos de melhores momentos agora, porque a gente precisa relembrar tudo que aconteceu aí nessa terceira partida, anotar no nosso fichário e continuar mandando muita positividade para os nossos brasileirinhos. Let's go to highlights.
Yes. See, I told you, Indonesian team is very strong. Why don't you believe me? They are very strong.
I never doubt you.
Hey, they are so strong, to be honest. That is enough for our interview right now. Let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
All right, good stuff from RQ Kazu. Thank you to our host once more. Game number 3 with the halfway point. The third quarter of Point Rush has already elapsed. But RQ Kazu coming out on top finally, putting themselves in a pretty solid lead. 28 points in single rounds. By far the most points in a single round for day 2 of Point Rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Hua Esports almost stole their thunder, right? Performing really well as well. Aggressive plays, bagging out Fluxo, one that I would have never imagined seeing. And of course, they got that sweetener towards the very end to have that final nail in the coffin for WAG as well, to be the better Vietnamese squad this time around. Only problem has been the consistency, but fingers crossed they have that fixed as well for Championship Sunday. Towards the second page of this leaderboard, we've got Bigatron Delta, Buriram, Attack All Around, Fluxo, E1 Sports, and Corinthians bagging not too many points, but obviously Bigatron going to be smiling slightly wider than the rest.
Oh yeah, and I mean, Bigatron now kind of suffering a little bit. 3 rounds in a row where they didn't get to pull off too much of a big point plays. 3 more rounds to kind of make it happen. I mean, they are sort of in the same boat as BRU, but the difference is that for Bigatron Delta, recovering is going to be a slightly bigger challenge overall.
It is. An impossible situation here for the Indonesians to back away. Yesterday, they came so close to bagging the 10 points. But of course, the recovery was slow. They learned from that lesson. They start things out of the gate hot today, super early on, and it's paying off match after match after match. They have been picking up more and more and more points. That's, of course, the MVP this time around. 4 eliminations, 2,671 damage, and 7 assists. My goodness, this guy was doing a lot.
Yeah. A lot of times he's sort of the unsung hero, right? People don't pay too much attention to what he's doing behind the scenes. But this is interesting.
Ooh.
They don't run Skylar at all, right? Double electrotherapy. So you, instead of one duo, you got 2 pairs that are literally doing the same job, which again for me is a very different approach. It seems like for RQ Kazu have kind of switched up how they want to take on these encounters. We get up close and personal, forget about long range. We will try to fight you to raw stats.
I mean, I love this, right? Just thinking out of the box just a tad bit. If the electrotherapy works so well, why can't we abuse it? You most definitely can. And this is one of those squads who can actually use the double electrotherapy to its finest potential because of the sheer aggression they have in terms of fights when it comes to those CQCs, and they've pulled it off well. Not a phenomenal number of eliminations in the first 2 games, but of course this 3rd game shows us the potential of the team.
Yeah, I think, you know, RQ Kazu has always been one of those late bloomers, I'd say, to a certain degree. And this is a new batch of RQ Kazu. I mean, I say new batch, but essentially they just had a change in IGL overall, but still, it took them some time to get to this stage, but it's good to see that I think, in half a year, this roster has sort of found their footing.
Yeah. Elimination leaders, I'll take in the spotlight, the 7 eliminations on his side. Diamond with the 6, one more with the 5, Dutz with the 4, and of course Yanbin with the 4 as well. This was a hot game for the Hua Esports players. A little surprised to not see more of their players on the elimination leaderboard, but that's exactly how crazy this game was in terms of firepower.
61 points for RQ Kazu in a comfortable lead. Well, for the rest of the day, they don't have to get booyahs, but of course, keeping that lead would land them 10 points, 10 extra points going into tomorrow. This could shake things up a little bit. WAG now not doing too well. BTR as well. I think, you know, there has been a bit of a shake-up. We said that there are really no Brazilian teams getting any head start points. Corinthians now are en route to get some for themselves if they keep this up.
3 more games, a lot can change. RRQ needs to double the hustle. Double the hustle in order to walk away with the total 10 points. But fingers crossed, there is a little bit more of extra opportunities earned here for teams like Hua Esports. You know, that was a fantastic recovery, but because they only pulled away 2 points up to that point, their 18 points seemed like, you know, nothing much to scream about.
Oh yeah, I think it really is not as substantial, or at least for some of us might want to think. But I think the gears are definitely going to be turning, you know, for some of the players from teams. The BRU definitely has such a strong start, and suddenly 2 rounds in a row, they sort of got picked off in that mid game. Wonder what adjustments they would make, right? They kind of fell short in one of the strongest maps.
And of course, if we look at the performance of these teams across this next map that we are about to play called Kalahari, what used to be dominated by the Indonesians has slowly been overtaken by the Thai squads. Buriram United as well as Twisted Minds have shown up really strong here. But the one blessing in disguise when we talk about Kalahari is the opportunity for Fluxo to find their recovery. They have not secured a single booyah here on this map, but they are very proficient at finding those points.
Oh yeah, and I think even for certain teams that have played slowly, I think Fluxo has been a very good example. They are starting to recognize the importance of taking a bit more initiative, right? They're kind of going for these mid-game fights. We've seen Fluxo really try to speed things up a little bit, albeit with mixed results. You know, certain times it goes well, other times it completely backfires. But more often than not, I think these initiative is what's going to be the difference between a team that is ready for tomorrow and a team that still needs time to prepare. And I think to draw contrast to that, maybe the other Brazilian teams like E1 and Pain, to a certain degree, maybe Hua and BTR will still need to show a bit more.
Let's take a look at the current Booyah stats here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As we all know, it was Buriram that started off hot, but then fizzled off. And okay, technically they didn't really fizzle off. Other teams really stepped up the pace, right? I mean, Corinthians setting the record and RRQ trying to match up to what they could do over at Purgatory earlier on with their own fresh set of aggression. And looking at the top 3 of this map, we are going to ignore EVOS Divine. It's just a special mention there. We have to focus on Buriram United Esports, Twisted Minds, as well as Fluxo. Once again, my spotlight has to be on Fluxo for sure. I'm going to be seeing exactly how far they can go on this map that they have proven themselves so many times thus far. But of course, let's head back to the stage to kick this match off.
Bora para nossa próxima queda, que é Kalahari, o mapa mais quente e árido do nosso Free Fire, hein, Su?
Moving on to our fourth map will be Kalahari. The fun is getting more fun. So, Camilota, eu quero açaí!
Essa menina tá completamente fascinada pela nossa cultura e nossa comida. Bora decolar, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Back in it for Kalahari, baby. Let's see if or not we find some Pringles out there. Kidding. Let's see exactly who walks away with the bola mama. What a flight path!
This is gonna be extremely fun. Some teams love to go south side. We'll see. I know Foundation is going to be Twisted Minds playing field around Foundation and Maze. They're gonna shoot ahead a little bit. BRU loves the southern area. Let's see if they will make that adjustment. Seems like they will pivot to a Santa Catarina. You can still make it to Mammoth and the sub, albeit you need to travel a little bit. Like, for example, WAG who ended up at Refinery. Instead, Hua, on the other hand, meets E1 and they lose Shin.
Yeah, P90 is just so deadly in these early parts of the game. The rate of fire, decent amount of damage out of the gun as well. As opposed to those assault rifles, Yanbin has to see if he can gather up the rest of his team members. He potentially could be the guy focused on the revive. Poppy with a backup, and the backstab does not pay off. Written turns around, puts Poppy down on the ground. Yanbin will have that follow-up there, and that brings Shin right back into the equation. Hua Esports has got a little bit of an insurance to play with.
Yeah, it can't be like this, Hua Esports. You can't just have a decent game, decent round, and proceed to lose it all in the next stage. Again, make it out alive just barely. That's not the start you want. E1 finding 3 points to begin this round. It's already pretty good for a team that has been struggling for the most part.
Granted, the flight path really messed with everyone here. So you're not going to take it too hard on one esports. How unfortunate. But of course, everybody else still did manage to avoid doom at the very start. Abe, far away from the rest of his team members. A124 going to tag him up. Shin will use the lowered rate of fire on the side of Abe to take advantage, but no knockdowns coming on through just yet. And Shin actually backs away from this engagement. Abe, on the other hand, not wasting too much of time. Going in here for the shutdown. Will get tagged up once again, but 175 points still left on him. Shin, the SMG not working out. Abe! What a beautiful jump from the glow wall. Oh yeah, you emote, baby.
No, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. It's always, I love it when players start showing a bit more of their personality, right? It does demonstrate that they are feeling a lot more comfortable, a lot more in the element That being said, meanwhile, E1 getting gone on by another Indonesian team. This time, it's gonna be BTR, and BTR, they're not gonna hold back. Quick work off Ingwin, and gonna go for more.
Yep, they did manage to make good work off of Hua Esports earlier on with the early drop, but up against Purgatory Delta, who are fully looted up. They stand no chance. One final survivor. The pickup onto Dix is not going to be too impossible here. Will the pocket market come in handy? Is this man loaded enough? Within 9 trying to get away. Has got the grappling hook in hand. Glue wall pulled out. Oh, I think he's broke.
Ah, he definitely feels that way. He
That's
get wiped out pretty soon. Within ends up dropping, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, wait, actually he brought someone back. Okay, they're not out just yet.
The elimination feed just getting the best of us casters, not showing us those revives, but it's all right. We'll forgive you for the time being. Elimination feed, no problem. Biggitron Delta, though, 4 easy points picked up here at the get-go.
Oh, yeah. Allow BTR to shop a little bit. Very comfortable 4 points. Oh, Hampton. The fact the circle isn't there, this part of the area on the edge of the map, Biggitron should have a pretty easy time just prepping themselves for the rest of the round. I mean, we still have almost at the full lobby remaining 4 minutes into the game. Only one player is still not revived.
Okay. Not the place to be if you're Fluxo. Within, up against his own Brazilian brothers. Omala making quick work of him. Instead of going for the pickup, he's got that electrotherapy bravado on him. And Omala catches up with Within once again, putting E1 on the back foot. One final survivor left here to bring the squad back.
And just cannot catch the break. Another revive for E1. 2 revives. In fact, I'll continue to stay in the game, but hanging on by a thread. Fluxo on the other end. It's going to be chilling nearby. WAG will be around the vicinity. Not sure if they know that. Again, for Fluxo, they did. Fell short a little bit in round number 3. WAG is also a team that desperately wants that point. So let's see if they can kind of meet up to the expectation. Fluxo definitely wanting to make sure that they get enough info. So no engages yet. I do like the discipline that Fluxo is currently showing right now. Hide behind some of the sandbags. Mammoth is right in front of them. This is pretty scary battlefield if you are the side of Fluxo. Despite having a couple of tents, there really isn't much to work around that. So WAG gonna be on scouting duty. Corinthians, on the other hand, have attack all around right in front of them. This is going to be a more different approach for attack all around. Beat is going to take it slow. See Corinthians make the first move first. We got BTR, who just found 6 points.
Unfortunate for Hua. Looks like the consistency is still the factor that lets them down time and time again. Corinthians up against attack all around. This does not seem good for business because the squad is split up at this point of time. Outnumbered. And they'll have to hold the ground. And oh, Mana, what a shot to the head. Jump God down on the ground. Not many of his players are close enough for the pickup here. Poon God has to circle on around to pick up his boy. Nike boy, though. Beautiful Riptide rhythm. Nando X with the follow-up. Poon God down on the ground. Corinthians making good work of attack all around.
Once more Corinthians strike when the iron is hot and attack all around, scattered into the wind. Completely split up, fighting for survival. Every man for their own. Corinthians attempting to hunt them down a little bit and realizes the prey has escaped way too far. Corinthians is going to look to regroup and continue down into the circle. Only one team has been wiped out so far.
Great play by Corinthians. Outnumbered, but turned that situation around instantaneously. Omala with that opener. And then it was just a total breakdown of communication on the side of attack all around. E1 Sports up against Falcons. Attack all around could join this fray shortly, but outnumbered for sure. They need to focus on their own recovery. If they do get greedy for some extra points, this could just turn sour for them. Falcons, on the other hand, facing off against E1, who are already on that full recovery, so barely any loot on them.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And even right now, Sami actually takes down Ma'ao. The RQ. Are they going to continue this? I mean, even for them, it's not going to be a good fight with Twisted Minds having a good position to work with. That Riptide Rhythm breaks that glue wall, so Sami now gains control. BTR though shows up. A separate Indonesian team. Diamond in danger, getting swarmed, and Kyung takes him out.
And Bigatron Delta sticking their noses in here, and that benefits RRQ. Dixon Koja going in here for the hunt. Fine. One, but it's RRQ that they find. They don't care who, they just want to slay. Twisted Minds using the opportunity to get the hell out of there. And it looks like Bigatron Delta is not wasting any time at all. Goes in straight up for that hot pursuit. They won these points. Aggressive game from the Indonesian squad. X-Posse getting away with a sliver of health.
Diamond's gonna get revived. Meanwhile, E1 will have to deal with Team Falcons, the most comfortable fight for them. Attack All Around does have someone on their scouting duty, so we're gonna check in on that in a little bit. Cougar with the snipe onto one more. That is not good news for Falcons.
E1 technically is very weak at this point of time. They do not have enough loot to take on a full-on team fight up against Falcons. With the interference of Cougar, though, that changes the situation a tad bit. E1 potentially could just hunker down here and take that full-on fight up against Falcons. Cororo spotted out, but he needs to get a snapshot. What a beautiful play! That headshot puts him down. Hot fire down on the ground as well. Cougar strikes once again, but does not get the point. Cougar single-handedly has disrupted the players on the side of Falcons. My, oh my, we didn't see that coming.
Absolutely. I mean, E1 has 8 points, and now a surge of confidence. Could attempt to go for more attack all around, but unfortunately, they don't have the help to work with. Mass revive for RQ Kazu off screen. They just get taken down though. VT9 also needs a bit of time and the help. Maybe sticking around wasn't the best choice. Attack all around wants to go in for the cleanup, and they are sure as heck going to find it with VT XP on the ground. VT9 taken out. E1 no longer in the game.
Attack all around. First off, sticking their noses into that initial fight between these two squads, Falcons as well as E1, and then picking up the final few pieces. And it was all thanks to Cougar, who was all alone, went on that revival spree, waited for backup, continued to be an annoyance. And at the end, it was attack all around laughing.
Yeah. WAG barely makes it out of that. Finds the revive. Wing screen and bat. Of course, let's see Falcons doing the same. They did lose Cororo off screen though. Circle going down to the southern side, and look at who is at the hub. Literally, the hub of the circle belongs to BRU.
This is not good for the other squads. They need to take Buriram out now if they want those points from Stone Ridge straight into the sub. So Buriram technically has not looted up much yet, so they cannot take extended fights against many teams. The other squads have to take advantage of that fact. Of course, they've got no idea of this whatsoever. It has to be all played out on luck as to who comes across Buriram and who's brave enough to just hop on in there and go on for a full-on team fight. Fluxo in the vicinity as well, but just dangerously watching above WAG, waiting for them to get in line so that they can line up those shots.
It's not going to be easy, though. Not going to be easy in any capacity. I think for BRU, they are so comfortable. If this circle somehow continues to go towards the sub, I'm gonna be scratching my head how other teams are gonna try and control BRU, because this is a tough spot to be in. What a shot from Boshi! 30 pixel shot. It will get the revive that Riptide Rhythm even committed, and that is not all. Alan has just shown up with a grenade in his hand.
Yep, and Buriram starting things off. WAG just going in here for the follow-up, but it's going to be the launch pad exit here for Bigatron Delta. X-Ball finds the trailing Eagle from the back. Buriram might just finish this off from the other side. They steal the point away from WAG. Either way, it's Bigatron the biggest losers from that equation.
Oh, 100%. It's so unfortunate if you are the side of Bigatron, right? That is literally the worst place to be in. And the BRU, they're gonna stop Corinthians. You wanna go into the hub? No, not this time. This belongs to us. The submarine belongs to Thailand. Corinthians out.
The Thai sub at this point of time is just absolutely demolishing the competition. One way to potentially dismantle them is to get that grappling hook into the top of the sub and then attack from above, but the problem is nobody has this information. They all have to try their luck as to how to take this high ground advantage, which most teams would be looking for. Speaking of which, Krillin The beautiful shutdown onto Ma'al thanks to the Riptide Rhythm follow-up as well. Glue Wall Melt is going to be laid out. Stop the players from finding that recovery. And Buriram! Jonah steals the 2 points away. Oh, such a menace they are.
Oh, yeah. And Limit actually takes down Moji, so there might be an opportunity for the side, for these teams to take out BRU. We just have to check in a little bit. WAG still trying to survive the occasion. Attack all around coming in from the side as well. BRU, BTR, RRQ all in the same area.
And everybody has to abandon this area now because the next circle is a little bit further away from them. And it is an opportunity for Buriram to now drop the sub play and rotate around, but they've just created way too much of a mess here for themselves. If they step on out, they'll have to deal with 3 teams at the same time. This is where Launchpad will come in really handy for the rotation.
Oh, absolutely. I do wonder that right now, if you are BTR, how are you going to deal with this? Sure, you have high ground advantage, but only for as long as the circle remains under your control. Lose Night Razor though, that's not good for RQ. Falcons also getting ran at. WAG looking for the full cleanup.
Yeah, on fire says no chance. Double Vector in hand. Just managed to get the tags onto Cyrus. But even if he did continue shooting at him, Allen with the Cassie would have just made that a absolute no play. Fluxo on the other hand, keeping their heads down low, have managed to find a decent range towards this next circle. Just keeping an eye on their backs to make sure they don't expose themselves too early.
Oh yeah. Fluxo have weathered out the storm. That's been what they are good at. Now to continue forward, right? I mean, Fluxo's position is still kind of surrounded by multiple teams. You got BRU who are in a pretty decent spot on the side as well. They got to go through WAG, and BTR are running out of space on top of the crane.
And this is an opportunity for Buriram to make some sort of work here by WAG, shutting them down one after the other. Brilliant with the backup first, focusing on the healing before they get super aggressive once again. Next ball knocked down by the circle though, and Italo finding the shots onto Bigatron Delta. The Indonesians didn't see this one coming. Everybody's scrambling for this next circle, and the chaos being used as a good enough opener for the rest of the teams to take advantage.
Oh, absolutely. And right now it's going to be RQ. Gotta swim through the blue. Abai right in the open, so exposed. BRU bulldozing through attack all around, who takes bullets from both BRU and Fluxo. Attack all around is going to go down. BRU, someone making it through. Big Riptide Rhythm, destroying all of Fluxo's blue wall. They have nowhere to hide. Futterson is already down. MT7 sniped as well. GU and Bobs, they're going to break the tether to try and take down BRU from behind. Diggs will find revenge.
And GU down. He did manage to take Moshi out of the equation, and WAG, great big grenade onto Get High. Bobs finishes it off. Fluxo with a little bit of revenge towards the tail end before getting eliminated.
Double kill.
Final 14, BRU still somehow around, but maybe not for long. Cyrus got a crosshair onto him. BTR and Pain Gaming still there. Pain Gaming definitely one of the bigger wild cards in the situation. Made it so far. Can they close it out? BRU already eliminated. 3 teams remain.
We talked about the recovery for WAG. This being their best map with 2 Booyahs in hand already. Obviously, they were looking for a little bit more, but unbelievably, sorry, this is Kalahari. WAG actually is horrible here. I don't know how they're doing this, Husky.
I have no idea as well. I mean, sometimes craziest things, they do happen. Even right now, WAG does stand a pretty darn good chance of completing this run. Pain Gaming might stand in front of them, but it's going to be them against BTR.
Pain Gaming, Brazil still has an opportunity, but look at those clusters being laid out. WAG, they meet the players halfway through. Bigatron Delta flushing them in. WAG trying to stop them dead in their tracks, but in the meantime, they're also focusing on their own defense, backing away slowly but surely to make sure they are the remaining ones to finish off Bigatron Delta. Low in numbers for sure, at least as far as the health goes. 57 win percent rate here for Bigatron Delta. Allen rushes on in with the electrotherapy, tags up Kyong. The drop is not there, but finally finishes off the job with a double Cyrus with the final finisher, and WAG doing the impossible on a map where they're not too fine at.
You know what they say, AJ? Fortune favors the bold, and we know who the bold one is in this situation. WAG defying statistical evidence that they are not supposed to perform on this map, and yet they did. A crucial booyah to set them back on track.
A map they're not so good at is technically an understatement. WAG performs the poorest here on Kalahari, and all thanks to this game, they managed to bump themselves up just a tad bit. Their very first booyah on Kalahari on the global stage.
Very first session chills down your spine. If you are WAG fan, you definitely are going to be a lot more relieved that they have made an impact. I mean, in the last sequence, right? Look how WAG finishes off. So much composure, recognizing that they have utmost freedom to do whatever they want, and they were able to pull it off at the very end.
Alan, obviously, the crazy one with that electrotherapy, just bravely taking on these fights with Cyrus with a finisher. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys, skills, let's throw it back to the stage so that WAG can explain how they did this phenomenally.
Buyazão agora nas mãos da região do Vietnã, o primeiro aqui para o WAG, e a gente sabe que a gente já está ali com um confronto direto, né? A gente sabe que tem o Fluxo e a WAG estão sempre se encontrando. Enfim, né, minha família? Jogo que segue, Buyazão aqui nas mãos dele. Vamos trocar uma ideia agora com o Cyrus, que é o jogador da WAG. Please, yourself.
Thank you, Carol. So this is the team that always fight with Fluxo, you know, right?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. This is WAG Cyrus, and they are a Vietnamese team. So congratulations for your booyah. So I saw that they sit on the same place on the bus, you know, sit same seat, and their waiting room is also next to each other. Fluxo and WAG is always together, everything, but even the jumping spot as well. But I want to ask about the previous one, like, what happened to you guys? Like, it was so much, I don't know how to explain, you know? Yeah. Cyrus thì nói chung là mình thấy là WAG với Fluxo thì các bạn lúc nào cũng ngồi chung chỗ cả, trên xe buýt cũng ngồi chung chỗ phòng ngồi chờ cũng chung luôn, kế bên cạnh nhau luôn, bất cứ nơi đâu các bạn cũng có chung với nhau cả, và thậm chí là cả chỗ nhảy ở trong game nữa. Nhưng mà map đầu tiên thì mình thấy hai bạn cũng chung chỗ nhảy đó, nhưng mà nó hơi có vấp một chút xíu, thì không biết lúc đó là mình đang bị cái gì mà tới game này các bạn có được cái booyah hay dữ vậy ta?
Thì đầu game tụi mình chỉ lỗi chiến thuật thôi, còn kỹ năng thì tụi mình không thua kém đội tuyển nào cả.
So on the first map, it's just some small mistakes. We just made a small mistakes, so that's why we lost to Fluxo. But to be honest, our skill, we don't lose to any team at all.
Oh, we're gonna see it. Tá bom, então a primeira pergunta da Yosu foi direcionada especialmente sobre as quebras de caos que eles estão tendo com o Fluxo, né? E eles estão ali, inclusive, perto um do outro ali, na mesma bancada. Então, ela queria entender um pouco sobre o que aconteceu, principalmente na primeira partida, que eles perderam a quebra de caos ali pro Fluxo. E ele falou assim que eles tiveram alguns errinhos por ali, mas, na verdade, eles se consideram os melhores e eles vão vir para jogo com certeza. Okay, so during the knockout stage, you guys had a pretty good debut on the first weekend, but we couldn't see much a regular game and a consistent game throughout the knockout stage. And for now, we haven't seen great action coming from WAG team. So what else can we expect for the rest of the day and also for the grand finals?
Thì đối với WAG là chúng ta đã có một cái màn ra trận rất là tốt ở trong tuần thi đấu đầu tiên của knockout stage. Nhưng mà tất nhiên thì theo như chị Carol nói, đó không phải là những cái màn thi đấu nó quá là xuyên suốt được kết nối với nhau ấy. Tức là nó kiểu nó cũng không có được quá nổi trội và cũng không có được gọi là một cái chuỗi được một cái chuỗi dài cả. Nhưng mà đến với cái Purgatory stage lần này thì bằng chứng là các bạn đã được 2 cái booyah rồi. Cho nên đó là những cái màn thể hiện vô cùng xuất sắc và có tiến bộ của đội tuyển mình. Vì thế không biết là tất cả mọi người ở đây có thể mong đợi gì ở đội tuyển của mình ở trong ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay và ngày chung kết ngày mai ạ?
Thì các bạn cứ đặt niềm tin vào tụi mình sẽ không làm các bạn thất vọng.
So basically just put trust and have faith on WAG. We were not letting you guys down at all, never.
First to finish, I would like to know if they have any message for Fluxo team.
Oh, really?
Directly for Fluxo team.
Why you be like that?
Just look at the camera and send a message for Fluxo.
Ok, thì chị có câu hỏi là không biết là WAG mình có một cái lời nhắn nào muốn gửi đến đội tuyển Fluxo không ạ? Không phải là fan nào mà gửi thẳng đội tuyển Fluxo luôn nha.
Chung kết thì các bạn đợi mình nha.
Please wait for us in the finals.
Perfeito. Resumidamente aqui, família, a minha pergunta foi direcionada sobre o que aconteceu com eles na fase classificatória. Eles começaram muito bem, mas não conseguiram manter a regularidade. E a resposta dele foi basicamente para a gente acreditar neles e esperar que eles vão vir para jogo e vão continuar aí em busca do troféu. E eu pedi para ele enviar uma mensagem para o Fluxo e ele falou para eles esperarem porque eles estão vindo aí. Vamos ver como é que isso vai se refletir durante as partidas, mas enquanto isso, vamos para os nossos melhores momentos e assistir aí tudo que aconteceu na última partida. Highlights?
Yes, as this is the end of our interview between us and WAG Cyrus. And now let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
Thank you very much to our host again. Wow, so they win one round and you can see the confidence build up for WAG. Wait for us in the finals, they say to Fluxo. Well, first of all, you're going to be in the finals anyways. So, just calm down with that. But I do like that burst of confidence.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? And of course, it's not misplaced confidence. These boys have been able to put their money where their mouth is. They have been able to bring out their very best. And of course, we saw the best of them in the first week. They slowed that pace down in week number 2 just to make sure the bullseye is not drawn on their backs just yet. And they're unleashing their true potential here at Point Rush. We saw what they were capable of yesterday, and I'm pretty sure they've got a little bit more in store for us. They picked up 7 points and that second spot yesterday. They're looking for the number 1 spot, but of course, quite a way to go for them. At this point of time, they have equalized with Buriram on the total points on the overall leaderboard. At what spot they're on, we'll wait for the graphics so that you guys can see that for yourselves.
Yeah. And I would say WAG probably have put themselves in that at least top 8. I'm not sure about top 6 yet, but top 8 definitely is going to be a big possibility. Either way, I think when you look back at yesterday's performance, right, you would definitely expect WAG to at least have a top 5 ranking by the end of today. So I'm glad to see that they are making progress towards that.
Yeah, the only hint I can give you is they are definitely in top 5. Where they are, we'll wait to see. Cyrus, 5 eliminations, the MVP of WAG for this matchup. And of course, delighted to see the improvement from this Vietnamese team, no doubt whatsoever. Really showing PE Sports that no worries, brothers. You're not here, but we'll show you and we'll show the world exactly what Vietnam is all about. WAG really bearing the flag up here proud.
Oh yeah, 5 eliminations, running to Cassie, perfect support player. We've been hyping up X-Borg so much, and sometimes you forget that, behind the scenes, you got someone like him, someone like Cyrus who can also deliver when needed the most. You can see full-on utility. That's just how it is nowadays. But let's see that. I think, for WAG, you kind of need a secondary pillar if X-Borg isn't there, and perhaps this round they kind of found it.
At this point, I am just hoping and praying that Fluxo is actually pulling a fake on all of us here, because I do not want to see this version of Fluxo tomorrow on Championship Sunday. But of course, bringing the spotlight back here to WAG, a total of 7 eliminations between X-Borg and Alan, 5 on the side of Cyrus for a total of 12 eliminations. Total 24 points picked up here on a map where they totally do not get the job done usually.
Oh yeah. Of course, 2 more maps to go. We're going to Nexterra next. So that is going to be slightly, I would say, a bit of a challenge as well when you head over to Nexterra, at least for some of these teams, right? But for now, key player, it's not WAG, it's all on BTR. Koja, most damage, most limbs. Deeks with the most assists, 8 assists in fact.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful opportunity grabbed here by Bigatron Delta. They needed those points and a little bit of an up and down performance overall from them. But of course, these eliminations are going to help them keep on the higher side of that leaderboard in the overall grand scheme of things, in the top 5 for sure. With an XP as well as Cyrus picking up a little bit of a highlight here for themselves as well in the leaderboard.
And I mean, for BRU, that's sort of 3 rounds in a row that they didn't really get to do too much, which you don't see often, right? But here we have it, WAG in top 5, like you mentioned. In fact, tying up with BRU, but RRQ Kazu firmly in first place, 70 points.
Yeah, I mean, quite a distance away from Buriram United Esports. And if Buriram actually wants to get those 10 points, they really need to hustle. Can say the exact same thing for WAG, like you said, exactly tied up on the points, 48, 22 points behind RRQ. It is not going to be an easy fight for them, unless, of course, RRQ pulls a classic RRQ on us and drops the ball when they should not.
And I mean, that would be devastating. I feel like if you drop the ball right now and miss out like that 10 points, that's kind of on them, right? Because again, it looked good yesterday. So today, if they can finish off strong, I think it will give them the confidence going into tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, it was the mistake from FFWSC that we did not want to see here on the global stage, which they have managed to negate thus far. They are on a slower burn this time round. But now they've started off on that high roll, and dude, it's just past history. The stats are catching up with me, and they're giving me, really bad thoughts in my mind. Fingers crossed that's not the case for RRQ, and they really hit the ball out of the park with the remaining 2 games. We've got Nexterra on standby, obviously, and we have got that random map which will bless some of these teams out there with whatever map that they potentially may be good on. But as far as RRQ is concerned, Nexterra is their worst map. But if WAG could make it work on their worst map, maybe RRQ can as well.
Oh yeah, hopefully that's the case. But before we head into Nexterra, we will have a few words from our sponsors. So we're gonna go for a short break and be back for the next map.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos? No, no está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí, de la ciudad.
Mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Es una zona cerca de Bolivia, pero...
Another opportunity for Fluxo to play that recovery. Nexterra, a map where they own 2 Booyahs on, but it's not just them. Corinthians does fairly well here alongside Pain Gaming. Attack all around, and Buriram are most definitely going to be trouble in that final circle. One team that you do not usually worry about in Nexterra is RRQ, which is a pain for the Indonesian squad, but of course a beautiful opportunity for the rest of them to finally catch up with the raging Indonesians.
So a gente vê ali.
Yeah, and if RQ kind of finishes this round strong as well, there is almost guaranteed that they will be in first place, but I don't want to say it too early. So hopefully for RQ's sake, they keep the ball rolling. But once more, when you look at Nexterra, BRU is the best map. Well, technically they're the best map on every single map at this point. Before we head into Nexterra, we're going to hand it over to our host on the stage to officiate this and get us onto the futuristic map of Nexterra.
Bora pro nosso próximo mapa dessa tarde maravilhosa. É Nova Terra, Insu.
Yes, and then we are going to our fifth map, which is Nexterra, and it has already been a very fulfilling game because all of the country has their own booyah already, right, Camilota?
E bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então aguenta coração, pega o seu açaí.
Eu quero açaí!
Porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Welcome to Nexterra, where the future is now and beyond. Game number 5 about to kick off in just a little bit before we head down into the usual random map. Teams gotta be ready because RRQ Kazu look good and the flight path very generous to everyone out there.
Let's see if or not this generous flight path is still going to get Fluxo entangled with anyone. Thankfully, nobody else dropping by Intellect Center to challenge the Brazilians, who are already pretty heated after really performing all too well from the start of day number 2 here at Point Rush. Attack all around up against RRQ. This could just be a dream come true for some of the rest who want these two squads out of their hair.
Absolutely. Right off the bat, WAG firing shots at BRU already, taking that early fire. And BRU gets knocked out again. This is going to be quite a history. First time in a long time that BRU didn't get to show up too much. We'll check that in a little bit. A couple of gunshots on the side between RQ and attack all around as well.
You know, I did ask for Buriram to just slow the pace down at the start of the day because I wanted to see some other teams pick up the points. But I think I've cursed them enough. It's time for Buriram to wake up once again and pick up some solid points. It would be pretty fancy to see them work their way back up to the number 1 spot after not really showing up strong here on day 2 of Point Rush. Of course, technically speaking, they did only get to that number 1 spot on the very final match yesterday. But, you know, pulling that off 2 days in a row could be fancy.
I mean, even right now, it's going to be a lot more tougher, right? They need a lot more points to do that. Well, first blood achieved by attack all around onto RRQ Kazu. Already on top of the room. Good ambush, swing around the corner. They've been waiting for that moment. Jump God finds a trade. Razor at least will be able to bring his teammates back.
Great play by Jump God and team. And RRQ Kazu just setting up the perfect ambush up top. Now Razor being sent downwards. A little bit of distraction from Duts up here. Could just put Jump God in a lot of trouble. Oh, beautiful! A double push. But that solid glue wall erected will keep the players still on their feet. Poon got the final one. It's a 2v1. He gets stacked up. A sliver of health still gets away from a majority of the damage dealt by RRQ. And what looked like a easy win for attack all around turned on its head by the Indonesian squad.
And RRQ still continuing. They want to wipe out attack all around. There's a glue wall separating them and Limit. So Limit should be safe for now. But Hua finds themselves fighting up against Pain Gaming. It's also another of one of those dicey fights. And so far, Hua, they did find one revive, but that also puts them on the back foot.
Let's see if or not Hua can find the recovery. Earlier wasn't too fancy for them in terms of points. And been getting away from a lot of pressure there. But will get caught by Gus on the opposite side. Italo will go on for the push as... Oh, man still manages. I just was about to say that he got away from the thick of that action. Now Shin trying to hold it together for the squad. Not looking good at all here for Hua Esports.
Oh, yeah, not at all. And Pain Gaming do have that 3 eliminations. In fact, taking down Shin again. Yanbin also having to be revived. Pain able to hold them back. That's going to be 4 eliminations for Pain Gaming.
It's a map where the Brazilians are very comfortable on. All of them, of course, except E1 Gaming. But I will not put that past them. Corinthians, the second best Brazilian squad here on this map. Fluxo with the 2 booyahs in hand will be the better one. Corinthians facing a barrage of grenades. But a beautiful retreat in towards their safe space, not expending too many glue walls to cut the distance down between them and Falcons. Now, putting the question out to Falcons on whether or not they want to encroach their defensive space.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, I mean, for the Corinthians, they got the Falcons near them. BTR already wiped out by Twisted Minds. That is not good at all. They showed up yesterday, but so far it seems like day 2 of Point Rush is where BTR fall short.
They were doing decently well up until that point. We saw them on the 5th spot on the overall leaderboard just moments ago. How unfortunate for them. But of course, if you've got that one random map to still play around with for Bigatron Delta to make that recovery, how many points they get from this second day of Point Rush, though, is still yet to be seen. Falcons pulling away from Corinthians, who, as usual, are as aggressive as ever. The Corinthians also need to keep an eye onto the road up top. Peter with the wild shot. Attack does not get taken down just yet. Attack all around could strike at any moment up against these two squads.
Oh, yeah. Corinthians definitely seems like they're ready to take the fight. Hardy's going to be gone on Cosq. Coming in. Welcome back to the stage, Cosq. Falcons making a bit of an adjustment as E1 gets wiped out in 11th spot. Falcons face some signs of life, but Corinthians also made a bit of in sub being biased in 2. So both teams realizing the urgency for that.
They don't really need to take a super aggressive fight up against Falcons. And Corinthians knows that really well. Backing away from this engagement, leaving Falcons to their compound. And they won a better defensive spot. Nexterra is most definitely littered with many buildings, which will cause pretty much pandemonium in the later parts of the game because of the sheer number of teams and players surviving towards that final circle. So the more that they can thin down now, all the better. And of course, this is the replay for Twisted Minds as they caught up with Bigatron Delta, making them the first eliminated squad of this next round.
Double kill.
Definitely unfortunate if you are BTR. It's kind of a bulldoze through by Twisted Minds, who found the right moment to start a fight. And Falcons, on the other hand, they will have a couple members of attack all around them. There's a 2-2 split. It's Corinthians still looking to retreat mostly. Omala will be left behind. It's a pretty spread out formation, finding Bobs, and that's going to be Glue Wall number 1. Fluxo now knows that they have a fight ahead of them.
Two good teams taking on each other very early on. The Brazilians just cannibalizing each other to the delight of Southeast Asia. Omala tagged up. Ice Grenade doing its damage. FGL sent in there as well. Omala being attacked from the opposite end. I don't know who's shooting at him. It could just be MD7.
Okay. And for Fluxo actually getting closer and closer. Essentially, their opponents. You see Corinthians backing up completely. Talk about Omala being left behind, and it's going to be the case. He will be sacrificed. The rest of Corinthians can make a great escape. So Fluxo cashes in on the second point of the day.
And
of the game.
This is of the day would be quite
the
sad.
day, oh boy. Oh.
This is the best version of Fluxo, right? Having MT7 play from that long range. Of course, he's got that VSK in hand. I would prefer to see the M82B or the AWM. Speaking of which, we see the M82B in beautiful performance here between Attack All Around and Falcons. Attack All Around, full squad recovery. And they've got one guy on that far angle. Grenade will find out about it.
Falcons gets to retreat, disengage from Attack All Around. Limit actually got picked up by GU, so Attack All Around, they definitely need to slow down a little bit. They find a revive. Huga did pick up the Riptide Rhythm. We see that ability card on the overlay just now.
Yeah.
So they are getting some good resources, but the downside is that all these revives is definitely delaying their progress.
This is still too many teams for my liking. I would most definitely love for the numbers to be thinned down. RRQ delivering on that request. Razor finding Shin from the side of Hua, taking him out. Peter caught by Hawk. Good headshot, no elimination just yet. Need to wait for the marker. Fluxo on the hunt, looking for Attack All Around. Bobs. The connections are weak, but Limit is found. He actually fell to his death. My goodness. Here comes the picker. No, they abandoned the man. Purgatory gets away with a sliver of health. And Cougar is going to be preyed upon.
It's for the better. It's for the better. I think, as much as it looked painful, they had to do it.
My.
Attack All Around. Just gotta cut their losses. BRU, I'm going to be tanking the blue a little bit. Pain Gaming so far has been holding on pretty well, although they are taking some random shots. But definitely not from BRU. BRU makes their way into the circle. Far Esports giving Pain a hard time. That's an expensive utility right there. They're going to put it out preemptively, turning their attention over to BRU. Get high will receive help from the rest of the team. That Riptide Rhythm, massive stuff from Pain. Jonah is the one that gets knocked down by Poppy, but no secure.
No secure at all. Pain Gaming turning away at the most unfortunate moments where they could have taken advantage of the weakness of Buriram. Now choosing to rotate around to cut off the rotation of Buriram United Esports. Pain Gaming has got no idea what kind of fire they're playing with here. This is a very dangerous maneuver. Buriram are not weakened just yet. Play has been picked right back up. Why Esports failing to secure the elimination onto them as well.
BRU barely escapes death. And that portal goal. Wonder what the idea behind it is. Oh, Poppy is gone.
Poppy got his head popped.
Pretty expensive investment, you know, like in this current climate. See that bit of a fight between Corinthians and WAG. Omala right in front of the building. That's good info, but how are you going to proceed with that? Omala tries to go for the swing. In fact, is winning the trade against Cyrus, but unfortunately, Bahias just get knocked down. Omala gets challenged by Allen. Cyrus is going in a little bit, shotgun in hand, so you gotta make every shot count. That's the first time Cyrus gets knocked down. Omala cannot overcome 4 members of WAG.
Absolutely, but there was a fantastic swing. Omala still the best player from the side of Corinthians. Beautiful to watch this man in action. The backup just not there. The team scattered around the battlefield. Twisted Minds picking up the final few pieces. Bahia eliminated by the squad, and I believe one more player. Nope, Corinthians should be out.
Very, very good news for the Corinthians to get out of that. Buxo against Falcons. Peter knocked down. Coscu is gone. And Fluxo coming out on top, fighting on fire as well. Fluxo small stopping the Falcons. They need to chase for the last one. He's out there in the blue.
Husky, when I said Corinthians were out, not out the compound, they got kicked out of the lobby, man. So this is horrible for the team. Unfortunately, Corinthians, they stood a chance. Just luck was not on their side with that one.
Look, I was fixated with Corinthians. I was wondering, wait, what was that team that got wiped out? It's okay, I think Corinthians was doing good. Okay, not that good.
Okay. This is horrible for attack all around. Poongod stepping into the wrong spot. Hopping on in. Beat the whole squad of Buriram. Gonna get the freebie right there.
He definitely got knocked out. Not good for attack all around. Not at all. BRU. Is that explosion from far out? I think it's from Hua. And disturbed the Hornet's Nest. But he actually got brought straight into RRQ, who are fighting Hua in the building. Get High actually gets taken down by Pain Gaming from afar. Jonah also eliminated. So Pain cashes in on this distraction.
Pain literally saved RRQ right there with the annihilation. MT7 with the follow-up. Everybody's gunning them down. Bye-bye Buriram, everyone says.
Another round where BRU is not able to cross the finishing line. Very unfortunate though. Hua poked at them. They flew right in, and it was Pain Gaming of all teams that found the wipeout. And Pain Gaming now, a surge of confidence, sends themselves straight at RRQ and Hua. Fluxo is going to watch this happen from afar as they lose that monster truck.
Yeah, Pain Gaming needs to calm down because RRQ, they have been playing fake all this while. They kept this as their worst map, but these boys are on fire. 13 eliminations already on the hunt for Hua. Shin just staying super silent. Pain Gaming hasn't found him just yet. Knocking on the doors of RRQ, that FGL will find the initial few connections, forcing Matovia back away. And the circle will force everybody out of that compound eventually.
WAG, they're going to push straight into Twisted Minds 2, or the glue walls going to be knocked right down. Twisted Minds, they want to retreat, and Saming actually catches Cyrus. Allen finding a good trade. Nameless goes down as well. Riptide Rhythm breaks all of the glue walls, so it's open battle in that compound. Krillin and Allen also got picked off. Wow! And there's a big nade from Goose to wipe out RRQ Kazu off screen.
There's so much for the danger. Like shooting fish in a barrel. Hacking it with a grenade of all things. X-Ball, what a snipe. hanging on with just 2 players here. WAG, Twisted Minds on the opposite side. Export tanking damage from the blue to circle all around, but can he make it? A sliver of health left on him, and Gus once again strikes with a nade.
Gus is the premier grenadier in this game, so accurate with those utilities.
Oh my.
And that's going to spell the end for WAG. It's Pain Gaming and Fluxo in the final circle alongside Twisted Minds. Brazilians seemingly having a better chance at winning this round if everything goes well.
Fluxo, can they make this the third booyah here on this map, on the global stage? Make Nexterra absolutely theirs. It's a 4v4v4. Everybody's played that recovery already. And you can see the logos just swapping between Pain Gaming and Fluxo. 36 to 34% win rate. Even the RNG can't decide exactly who's going to take this one away. But one thing's for sure, Twisted Minds, they're not changing their rate at all. They're staying out of this fight, but technically between the 2 Brazilian squads.
So you gotta just stay silent, keep quiet.
Oh, beauty.
If you are Twisted Minds, Riptide Rhythm, Twisted Minds finds MT7. We're running straight into them. Fluxo wants to take this fight, but without their sniper. It's close quarter combat, not in favor of Fluxo. They're gonna hold Twisted Minds hostage, but their backs are turned against Pain Gaming.
Twisted Minds has got 2 booyahs here as well, but nowhere close to being dominators on this map for sure. Opportunity to really shut down the players of Fluxo, the circles, and roaching their compound as well. Twisted Minds taking a little bit too long, and look at Pain Gaming up onto the roof. It is the portal goal that puts them there. And they've got the Cassie's electrotherapy to work around with as well, just waiting for that opportune moment to strike.
The most expensive utility paying off for Pain Gaming. Money well spent. Whitson does take out Nameless, but Fluxo is eliminated. Twisted Minds down to 2, and one of them is mortally wounded. Saming on the ground. Pain Gaming having a hell of a chance to win this game. And it seems like that's going to be the case. Saming gets picked back up only to get knocked back down. Diamond needs to somehow wipe out the entirety of Pain Gaming. But even for Diamond, he will get cut right through. Pain Gaming locks in the 5th booyah.
Pain Gaming with their very first booyah on Nexterra. They gotta be proud because they have been scratching and clawing their way back into this competition. And this will most definitely put them in a decent spot in the top 6 where you can earn points. And obviously, if they get a little bit of extra luck on that random map, we could just see Brazil walk away with a decent number of points off of day 2 point rush.
That itself is really a very, very good, good development if you are Pain Gaming. Who would have thought that coming into this Pain Gaming, you know, we're not really touted as one of the favorites, but this performance has breathed new hope into a lot of the Brazilian fans out there that Fluxo is not the only one that they can put their bets on.
I mean, I said the first booyah on Nexterra for Pain Gaming. This is the first booyah for Pain Gaming throughout the whole of the global run. This, I mean, no better place to get it done, no better way to get it done on a day that is going to be able to affect their play on the global finals grand stage of them all. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, off to our host back. We throw all of you for the interview segment with Pain Gaming.
Levamos esse é do Brasil! Pode comemorar, ó, limpa, 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 tira toda essa zica daí, meus amigos. E o primeiro buia da Pain Game nunca foi tão comemorado aqui. Meus parabéns, Noda.
Obrigado.
A gente já vai conversar por aqui, porque a primeira pergunta é da Yusu. Please, Yusu.
Dance samba for me.
Vamos dançar? Ela tá pedindo pra
Let's
ela
go.
dar assim, ó.
Oh my god, okay. So Noda, how do you feel about the stage, about the atmosphere, everything, since you have a booyah now? And I might think it boosts your confidence already. So just a really simple question. So are you ready for the finals tomorrow and make a miracle to happen?
Perfeito. Como é que você está se sentindo estando aqui no estúdio, toda a atmosfera? Como é que vocês têm se preparado para a final amanhã? E esse buia ajuda vocês a estar mais confiantes?
Ah, com certeza. O buia é o que mais ajuda, né? A gente tá precisando tirar toda essa zica. E, mano, não tem nem o que falar do estúdio. O negócio tá muito bonito. E amanhã vai estar melhor ainda. Com a torcida aí, vambora. Vai dar Brasil.
Perfeito. So basically, be here in on this stage, this beautiful stage, give us a lot of confidence. And yes, for sure, this is looking very nice. And getting the Booyah also give us more confidence to continue our path throughout the competition and for sure to play tomorrow in the grand finals. Okay, so since you have been you played before Free Fire World Series, you are basically a veteran here. I would like to know if you think this is the hardest Free Fire World Series that we have watched so far, that you have been playing so far. Já que você é um veterano de Mundial de Free Fire, quero saber aí se esse é o Mundial de Free Fire mais difícil que você já jogou na história, se você acha que esse de fato é o Mundial de Free Fire mais difícil da história.
Eu acho que sim, até porque os tailandeses estão muito bons. Os tailandeses não, né? Em si, a Buriram ali estão jogando muito bem. Os caras estão com uma mecânica bizarra. Antigamente não, eles eram muito inteligentes, mas a mecânica deles era um pouco abaixo. Agora os caras tá, mano, muito bom. Mas eu tenho certeza que o Brasil vai ganhar e a taça vai ficar aqui.
Perfectly. For sure, this is the hardest Free Fire World Series we have been playing so far in the whole history of Free Fire. And basically what he said is about Buriram, because we know Buriram is one of the strongest team here, and they was always very smart, but this year they have a totally different mechanic in their game, so they are totally out of the game. So, but he's very confident that Brazil will win for sure. So right now we are just putting out our Brazilian flags and go Brazil.
It's good. I understand you.
Perfeito, minha família. Então aqui, ó, torcida brasileira, já tivemos 2 Booyahs brazucas por aqui. Pode comemorar. Nodinha, manda uma mensagem pro Brasil, vai.
Rapaziada, vejo vocês aqui amanhã, certo? E se Deus quiser, vai dar Brasil. Vamos nessa. Let's go.
Let's go to our highlights. Vamos de melhores momentos.
Yes, and congratulations for Booyah at this moment, Noda, and I hope to see you guys more and more next time. But you cannot.
Yes, we can.
I will take your place.
No, you won't.
This is the end of our interview. Let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
Thank you very much to our host. And again, for Pain Gaming, very confident that Brazil is going to take the trophy, regardless of which Brazilian team. But I agree, every single player that we've been able to talk to that says the competition is hard cannot keep BRU out of their mouth, because that's just how dominant BRU is. Even though today is not really the case, they are still a threat overall.
Yeah, for sure, right? And obviously, everybody's trying to gun them down on the main stage. But for today, I think they can ignore Buriram for a little bit. The wish has initially come true. We were hoping for them to be smashed early so that some other team can pick up those solid points. And RRQ just happens to be that some other team. But out of nowhere, the uprising of Pain Gaming. Out of nowhere, now Pain Gaming in the top 5. If they can pull this off yet another time, Pain Gaming could just walk away with 7 points. I want to say 10, but RRQ is just too good.
I mean, 7 points is good enough as a start, honestly. If you are Pain Gaming, right? Like, still better than nothing. I think a lot of teams would kill to have that 7 points.
Oh, yeah.
But I do wonder where the position for the rest of the teams are at, because for Pain Gaming as well, this definitely skyrockets them into a very comfortable position. Like, allows them to kind of start fighting for more of the head start points, like you said. Especially MVP for this game as well. You gotta give it to Pain Gaming. I think the patience really paid off. There's a lot of times we question that portal goal. This one, it actually paid off. In fact, they didn't just have one. I believe they at least had 2 portal goals.
Yeah, for sure, right? And of course, 5 eliminations, 3,257 on the damage, 6 assists. Gus, my goodness, this guy was popping off. And obviously, Pain Gaming, they earned this. But when I say they earned it, I don't just mean through the final battle sequence. I mean, it all started off with them slaying the players of Buriram, who were a huge threat on Nexterra. And when Buriram was knocking on the doors of RRQ, they took them out of the equation, collected some points off of that, and then later on farmed on RRQ as well. They did every single thing that was needed to earn themselves a solid Booyah here on Nexterra, and no better way to earn your first Booyah of the whole global run.
Yeah, absolutely. Across the stats, very evenly spread out between all of the players from Pain Gaming. Of course, you got that 6 assists from Goose, sweet statistics, 5 from Moto Via. And even in terms of damage, they are the ones that kind of dish out the most in a sense. I think for Pain Gaming, this match, they had some moments where, you know, they ended up becoming the saviors of certain teams and being able to pick off teams like BRU, being able to find the moments to destroy Twisted Minds who were busy dealing with Fluxo. Kind of a good stat. Look at the key players. You got Razor, you got Gus, you got Ma'al.
I honestly thought Gus was going to grab the top spot for all 3 key highlights here, but RRQ just stole their thunder. Ma'al with the assist, and obviously, you know, Razor with the eliminations. Poor Gus, he hit it so much, but RRQ did enough to stay a threat for the 10 points in the overall grand scheme of things. Diamond came close enough with the squad to earn themselves that booyah, just could not cut it. Abe on here with the highlight, as well as GU from the side of Fluxo. I honestly thought that game was going to be the recovery for Fluxo. I do not know how they are going to explain this to their Brazilian fans, where they're now 1 game away from not picking up a single point here at Point Rush.
Just like you know, yesterday, right? And
yeah,
that's going to be a scary thought. RQ Kazu still at the very top again. They have done more than enough to garner themselves that comfortable spot. They got Twisted Minds, and then look at that big gap. WAG and Pain tied up, and then BRU in 5th spot. But Fluxo, really tough one. They need a great game 6, but at least it's good to see that they're still high in spirits.
The only thing that can really ruin the party now for RRQ Kazu is on that random map, we get Bermuda. Then RRQ is going to cry because, you know, they most definitely struggle to find their placements, most definitely struggle to find their eliminations on Bermuda for some weird reason. And this is exactly where Twisted Minds is going to be able to shine. And they could just take that one final corner overtake onto RRQ to earn themselves the 10 points. But either way, RRQ has done pretty decently for themselves yesterday and today. Even if they walk away with 7 today, it's a total of 10 head start points that they get for the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's still pretty decent, right? Having 10 points to start off the grand finals. That's kind of almost a full game for RQ. I think it's a very valuable for a team like RQ Kazu, who sometimes would need a bit of room for error. I think in this case, for them, that's already a pretty good start. Although I would say, wonder what's going through the minds of the BTR players, right? Because yesterday they really showed up pretty huge, but today it felt like they were not really in the zone at all.
The only way for Buriram to grab 10 points, and I'm just throwing this out there, is for RRQ and Twisted Minds to get eliminated as the first and second teams, and for Buriram to walk away with a 40-pointer game on this global stage. Do you think it's possible, Husky?
No. We've seen, I know we've seen 40 points on EWC, but hey, if he's asking for too much to get a 40-point, you know, as consistent as that, right? So it went in the blue moon, so I'd say, unfortunately, that is not possible, even for a team like BRU.
Well, everybody else better hope and pray that it is impossible, because you know Buriram may just go for the jugular here and attempt for the impossible. They've already got a booyah for the time being. And once again, we may just end up on a day where every single booyah has been picked up by a unique squad. Nobody has been able to even achieve that double booyah within a day, which is phenomenal. It just shows the quality of the squads that we have here on the global finals. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are on standby for the randomizer to show us exactly which team gets blessed and which one gets cursed. Let's go.
Isso mesmo! E bora conferir. Bora conferir qual é o nosso último mapa do dia, Yonsu.
Yes, what a fantastic matches today we had. And this is our final map already, and we will go to the random map now.
And we have just seen our final map. Well, I guess your worst nightmare came true, AJ.
The bullet in the coffin for RRQ, bro.
I can't believe you made that prediction and it actually came true. I guess this is the true test for RQ.
No.
If they really deserve it, then
Bro.
they gotta be able to prove it there.
Husky. We've gone on this rendezvous too many times, my friend. The worst map for RRQ. Bermuda already conquered by Buriram earlier. We know they're capable of doing it again. We know Buriram is capable of a 40-point game. I don't know, bro. I have a weird feeling some crazy shenanigans about to go down here.
Look, we say Buriram performs best on Alpine and Mid. They didn't win that, okay? So I have some glimmer of hope. Maybe RQ has woken up. Maybe, you know, with some encouragement from the host to bring us into Bermuda, RQ will have a chance. Let's throw it to the host.
Com certeza, Raja. Vamos se preparar e bora pra Bermuda, que é o mapa mais clássico, e vamos ver quem vai conquistar o nosso último mapa do dia, Yansu.
And here we are, it's finally our last map, and it's like we reversed into the first game, Bermuda. I'm not letting you guys wait no more. Let's hop right into our game now. Camilota!
Yansu, bora decolar, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorized!
The most dominant team on Bermuda, Buriram United Esports, holding 3 booyahs in their hands so far on this map. The only team to hold 3 booyahs on this map. Can they do it when it matters the most? Can they pull off the impossible comeback right here as we close the day of Point Rush off, as we gear up for the grand finals tomorrow?
It would be a statement if that happens, AJ. I think, again, end of the day, I want to see if RQ can hack it. Different approach from BRU, though. They dropped the peak this time.
Opportunity. And the worst thing that can happen here is they go down early. While Esports, thankfully, is not the most powerful team out there when it comes to these early gunfights, but that shows up in the most unfortunate of moments for Noda. And backs up his team member. They get the elimination and they pick up their team member as well. Hua Esports does not suffer the early blood. WAG up against Fluxo, on the other hand, puts Fluxo in a very complicated situation because WAG is not too bad here.
Oh yeah, not at all. I mean, even for WAG, they do feel slightly more relaxed. So Falcons are getting hunted down by the Falcon Hunters, and they have completed the hunt.
The Falcon Hunters are at it once again. And I tell you, I'm feeling funny, baby. Bermuda is about to be played on a whole other insane level with the Falcons down and out of the equation. They spend one more day here without a single point in Point Rush.
That is just unfortunate. If you are Falcons, you don't want that last round to be like that. But for Fluxo fighting WAG, it seems like the teams who suffered early on have come back with a vengeance. WAG out.
Oh my god, Fluxo. They are on a tear. And what a beautiful comeback here. MT7. I don't think he had the sniper in hand. The man made it happen all with that assault rifle. Good on him. Rare situation indeed. RRQ up against E1 Sports. E1's not too bad on Bermuda. RRQ. They better work off of that momentum. And if E1 Sports ends them right here, right now, that #1 spot's wide open for the taking.
They are ranked 3rd, so it's a very good chance for E1 to step it up. Here we go, RRQ Kazu. Everyone doubted you. Is this the moment to turn that narrative around to deal with E1.
Oh.
When you look at eliminations as well, right? Both Mao and Vitin XD have 48 each. That's a shot coming through. E1 taking the first pot shot. Attack all around showing up.
This just became a little bit more difficult for RRQ. You can see one player potentially going to back away here, dudes. Does he stay to fight? Either way, attack all around can really mess with their play. E1 says, hasta la vista, baby. We are not doing this right here, right now. We want more points. They cannot sacrifice the spot that they're trying to earn for themselves. At this point of time, they are nowhere close to earning a point. They want to make this the kind of round that at least gets them 2 or 3 points from this point rush day.
Oh, yeah. Any point is going to be very, very valuable. Attack all around also going for the retreat. Not going to bother taking on that fight. It's just not worth it. For Hawaii Esports, though, it seems like they want to push forward into Pain Gaming.
Motovia says nope. Talo backs away as well. No connections with those bullets, courtesy of Hawaii Esports. Hey, they could go in here for the hot pursuit. And it may just be the case. Hawaii Esports actually going in here for the chase with the launch pad. I don't think that's a great idea because now Pain Gaming has swiftly moved away from them and they should be able to play this defensive spot to their advantage. RRQ, on the other hand, finding E1's POW. And this is not good for E1.
They did get the revive back, so nothing much was lost. Though it will stall out E1. Taking this fight. Oh boy, wow, still continuing to push. They really want to get towards side of Pain Gaming.
Oh, Pain Game, they cannot fall here. Currently on the 3rd spot in the overall leaderboard. The only team capable of earning points here for Brazil on day 2 of Point Rush. Motovia making sure they stay alive. Chin down. And the glue wall melt is not going to find this connection. In fact, no glue walls to melt down. And why esports back in a way, they know better than this. Hey, look for the fight now. They don't want the fight. Make up your minds.
And unfortunately, that vehicle is sort of in no man's land, so you can't even retrieve that. Pain Gaming making a big wrap around. But if Hua is retreating, then Pain might have a chance to pick them off, though. So, I mean, Hua needs to be very careful with their next few steps.
Oh, Hua's just setting up a trap here, but I don't know if the open ground trap is a smart move. Comes the monster truck. Grenade's gonna go wide, tagging up the glue wall. Yanbin hits 2 out of the way! Can they get the follow-up though, Gus? 45 HP left on him. Pain Gaming actually got away with the skin of the teeth.
You're getting rammed 10 feet away from your initial location and surviving. You gotta really stay a little brave. Italo, though, takes the fight, goes down to Dev. Noda now panicking a little bit. That glue wall to isolate Italo from the rest of his team. Noda getting swarmed by 3 members of Hua, and there's just no winning that. Shin does get traded out, but Motovia is in a horrible spot.
Gus back up on his feet, but put right back down by Poppy. Motovia can't find the angle to work around with. Takes the risk up against Yanbin. Yanbin punishes him for it. Pain Gaming could not find that recovery, and Yanbin going for that pickup onto death first before getting that finisher in there. Pain Gaming still does have 1 survivor. They do manage to claim 1 life away from Hua Esports. Okay, that's a circle. I thought someone else hopped in there.
I mean, that definitely got scary for a little bit. Let's see Hua Esports. Well, they get the wipeout. 5 points for Hua. We talk about the possibilities of them having a pretty happy ending to today, and they're on wrong in doing that for sure.
Grand scheme of things, they are in line to at least grab 2 points if they can have a massive round here. And of course, it needs to be a massive round or else there'll be no points for Hua Esports. The lack of consistency for the team is just hurting them way too much.
The go E1 is get blasted though. Vitin goes down. BTR finding 2, finding 1 already. But E1 only lost 1. They're pretty spread out, so not too much had to be sacrificed. But for BTR, those 5 initial points are pretty important.
Yeah, RRQ, I believe, lost a member to Fluxo moments ago. And Ma'al makes that right once again. E1 can't catch a break Initially up against RRQ, now up against Bigatron Delta. Indonesia just got an eye out to wipe E1 off of this map, but for some weird reason, by some grace of God, E1 still survives.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with that being said, look at the circle. BRU in the center again at Riverside. I mean, it's...
But it's a slow one. It's a slow win.
I mean, it is a slow one. But still, though, that's not an easy place to play around if you are not in the circle already, right? So that center point control, actually, like, it benefits BRU by a lot.
Bigatron on the hunt once again. Pow. Beautiful connection courtesy of Ekal. A few trade shots onto him. Plus the splits blitz will find the connection, and Kyong with a fantastic follow-up. Written down on the ground, bleeding out. Pow. Hunted down by Dix, and the Trogon finds the initial connections, and Koja with a mag 7 will get the hits in first before Dix puts the final bullet to his back. Bigatron Delta 7 eliminations up, but here comes Corinthians to pay them back a little bit of that. Oh, goodness me. Will catch Kyong on the flight out. Omala. Fantastic shot with the Groza, but do Corinthians actually go in here for the hunt towards the outside parts of the circle? Yes, they do.
Okay, so looking for BTR. They did see that Blue
nice,
can use the advantage. Deeks actually his back turn, having to defend himself at least for now, but Corinthians actually having a very decent position. The attack all around is around the vicinity, but they should be safe at least for now.
Corinthians 1 booyah in hand already from the day. They're currently not in the top 6, but getting a booyah here will for sure throw them right back in it for those points. Everybody's playing really hard out there to earn a couple of extras for the head start tomorrow. If only if it was as easy as wishing for it. Twisted Minds, the team that's currently in second place, looking to catch up with RRQ. Hua Esports in a lot of trouble. And RRQ's right behind them.
Oh boy, I mean, again, RQ have been able to survive that early fight at Clock Tower with E1. How they have a chance to turn it around. Twisted Minds against Hua Esports is going to get dicey. Twisted Minds, one of the few teams that once they get into a fight, usually they want to end it. And against Hua, they have a good chance of stopping Hua in the tracks right now.
Thankfully, Pain Gaming, who's just behind them at Mill, will not be getting involved just yet. The players just on that revive. They don't have the numbers to bring the pain. Diamond circles around Yanbin. Mistake by him, but he still survives that. Shuts down Nameless. Diamond with the follow-up. Saming can't seem to get through all of those blue walls. Exposy backing him up. Death stepping on in at the wrong timing, but the grenades will not touch him. Brilliantly played with the glue wall.
Good stuff with the grenade launcher and the charge buster. Close and long range, all covered. Hua Esports weather the storm. Twisted Minds, Saming wants to run away. Can they pick him off the air? Yes, they can. Hua Esports, 9 eliminations, and now Fluxo has just joined the fight.
I mean, Twisted Minds out of the race here for that #1 spot. RRQ can rest easy for the very least. And of course, that opens up that second spot. Pain Gaming, WAG, Buriram can all aim for that for sure.
Very easy. Fluxo wants Hua, but Hua, they are out of deck. Into kind of a safer zone. Just good refuge for Hua. So Fluxo might have to give this out. Deploys the UAV. Shin is in a pretty awkward position. Let's see if Fluxo can find it. Shin has a chance to perhaps flank Fluxo as well.
Hua up against Fluxo. Both teams on the losing end here if they engage. Fluxo more so. Looking for those head start points for Brazil. Connection, courtesy of Death, which is in. Not tagged up just yet. Oh my goodness. Fails on that AWM shot. And a 2v1. Poppy needs to turn around, puts it in. Ah, then the electrotherapy, but still the follow-up courtesy of Death. Will put bombs out of the equation as well. Fluxo only has GU to hang on to. Can they now survive this? RRQ shows up and says, hell no, baby. You will not get away.
Now with Fluxo out of the equation, can Hua survive against RRQ? They are beaten and battered, but they sure as hell will try. Dude finds the knock onto Yanbin. Poppy goes down. Hua Esports meets their demise in the hands of the Indonesians.
9 points in the bag. And RRQ so close to the 100 points picked up On this day of play, Pain Gaming, facing a world of pain up against Attack all around, and they get eliminated in 6th as well. Whoa, this from a slow burn instantaneously turned into a split blitz for sure in terms of action on the battlefield. E1 getting toasted as well. Buriram hopping on into this action, and it was Corinthians initially with the first few shots. Buriram just spraying on those team players, taking them all out, putting them in the back now up against Corinthians. This is going to be a rough fight that Buriram needs to commit to. If they do, they don't stay silent, that opens up the field for RRQ to enter.
BRU now, they see Corinthians. Top 4 teams remain. Corinthians having a rough time. We even see the time turner dome being deployed just to block some of the shots. BRU also not out of the waters. They do relocate closer to Corinthians. They want to get up close and personal.
Both Corinthians and Attack all around currently have got no points on the point rush standings. But if they do manage to win this, they will put themselves in the top 6. Riptide Rhythm out of nowhere. Another team has decided to get involved, and that is RRQ. Attack all around not hopping on in here just yet. If they do, Buriram in a lot of trouble.
BRU, they do drop one of the members of Corinthians. Moshi actually snipes Cougar, so 2 different fights at the same time. But that's what BRU is good at. Hawk having to deal with the rest of BRU. Corinthians running out of steam, and unfortunately, I think that's going to be the end. He's intercepted from behind. Moshi even gives it a 180. Corinthians are out in 4th.
And now Attack all around, eyeing the players on the side of Buriram. RRQ focusing on the circle. Buriram already has it. Attack all around, the final one to make their move in. And now that gives the opportunity to both RRQ and Buriram to really gatekeep Attack all around. This is not a good spot to be if you are Attack all around.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, BRU against RRQ is a bit of a standoff. Attack all around, though, will be the recipient of majority of these attacks.
Yeah.
It's not going to feel good if you attack all around. BRU might have just found the best spot to try to win the game.
Yeah, Razor sneaks away the first point off of 888. That's 10th point gained by the squad. And look at the position held here by RRQ. That high ground advantage on top of everything else. Pungod sniping Gosana right back. Danger zone. Circle really hurts at this point of time, but they do make that work for themselves. Now RRQ up against Buriram. Buriram nowhere close to the #1 spot. This is not the massive round they were looking for, and RRQ pretty much has already guaranteed themselves 10 points thanks to surviving all the way to this final circle. Grenade, courtesy of them from up top, is going to be the glue wall melters up. Hey, with a dangerous play off of the monster truck. Hits nothing. Stop dead in his tracks. And Jonah with the grenade launcher trying to shut him down will do exactly that.
And Jonah does get knocked down, though, so Wasana is going to come to his aid. By finally eliminated, Jonah gets picked back up. RQ now down 1 man, not looking good. Those blue walls, very deadly. If BRU is going to break it down and break it wide open, but get high intercepted. Good response from Deuce. He's ready to receive that. Jonah finds him though with a grenade launcher. Ma'au finds the trade. Now they're pushing into the back. Ma'au tries to look for Wasana, but Razor tries to finish the job, but Wasana survives, and BRU starts and ends the day of Bermuda with booyahs.
The only team to secure 2 booyahs on a day of point rush. Buriram United Esports, unfortunate for them. They were robbed by RRQ today. Robbed by great talent, phenomenal display of aggression and capability. Robbed with true effort. The Indonesians have earned their 10 points.
Oh, they definitely have. I mean, good recovery from BRU towards the very end. They did have very, very rough games from game 2 until 5. So the fact that they're able to claw back on Bermuda is impressive on its own. Gotta give them props for that, for sure.
My goodness me. We knew they were capable of doing it, but obviously this was way too beautiful to see these 2 exact teams in that final battle sequence. Buriram picked up 10 points yesterday, and now they should have put themselves in a decent position to pick up 7 points off of today, unless of course they were unlucky. The only thing that'll put them at an unlucky spot is how many points did Twisted Minds manage to pick up. Either way, let's find out from Buriram how they feel about their second booyah from the day. Back to the stage, you guys go.
Mais um buia da Buriram, fechando aqui a fase de pontos, a corrida de bônus com outro buia. A gente vai ver como isso se reflete na nossa tabela, mas enquanto isso, vamos de entrevistinha aqui com o Get High. Please, Yusu.
Congratulations, Buddha United Esports, for having your booyah in our last game in Power Stage Day 2 today. So today is the last day in the Power. I would like to ask, are you feel satisfied with the performance on our Power in 2 days?
รู้สึกพอใจกับผลงานของเราทั้ง2วันไหมเพราะว่านี่ก็วันสุดท้ายของ Power แล้ว
ก็พอใจครับสะสมแต้มเรื่อยๆครับ
They satisfied for all of their performance. They try to correct more and more points. Good.
Perfeito. Primeira pergunta foi direcionada a respeito do jogo deles aqui na fase da corrida do bônus. Se eles estão satisfeitos com tudo que eles fizeram por aqui, ele falou que está muito satisfeito, mas eles vão continuar corrigindo os erros deles para chegar amanhã na grande final. Okay, we have watched great action from Buriram throughout the whole competition during the knockout stage and here in Point Rush. But also we have watched 2 different games. So they got 11 booyahs during the knockout stage, but here their game seemed a little bit more quiet and safe. So what can we expect from Buriram team tomorrow in the grand finals?
เขาเปิดมาว่าเราทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆในรอบ knockout stage จนถึงวันนี้ก็เริ่มดูทรงจะไม่โอเคสักเท่าไหร่เลยอยากรู้ว่าพวกพี่คาดหวังอะไรจากพวกเธอได้ไหมแฟนๆคาดหวังอะไรจากเธอได้ไหมจากบุรีรัมย์ผลงานในวันพรุ่งนี้
ก็ไม่ต้องคาดหวังก็ได้ครับแต่พวกผมจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับผม
Please don't expect anything from us but we promise you that we will do the best to get the trophy back home.
Perfeito. A minha pergunta foi direcionada justamente por esses 2 jogos diferentes que a gente assistiu da Buriram, um na fase classificatória, onde eles conseguiram 11 buias, e outro aqui na fase de pontos, que eles foram muito bem, mas foi um jogo um pouquinho mais retido, um pouco mais cadenciado, e eu gostaria de saber o que a gente pode esperar da Buriram pro dia de amanhã, que é a grande final. E ele falou, não espere nada da gente, mas a gente está aqui para levar o troféu de volta para casa. Então, as expectativas da Buriram são altas, né, para levar o troféu para casa, mas ele se esqueceu que aqui é território brasileiro e a gente vai fazer muito barulho amanhã na grande final. Vamos de melhores momentos da nossa última queda e já já a gente se despede da nossa fase de pontos por aqui. Please, Yusu.
Yes, so this is the end of our interview between us and Buddha United Esports. We will end this here, but don't forget we still have more interview with the MVP. So now let's head back to our caster and see the highlights, and we'll see you guys later.
The final booyah going over to BRU, just as some reason the prophecy foretold. That's going to conclude our point rush for the global finals for 2024. But still, I gotta say, BRU didn't have it easy today. I started the show saying that yesterday was pretty close. They cannot let their guard down, and today was a good reflection of that.
Most definitely. And of course, this is a good warning raised by the other squads before we head on into Championship Sunday. Tomorrow is the day we crown the global champions. Tomorrow is the day we understand exactly who is the most dominant team of the year on the global stage. And we clearly see it's not going to be easy for whoever it is to go on out there. They will have to hustle hard for it. But of course, that said, teams like Buriram, teams like RRQ, they have earned themselves a decent amount of head start, which puts them as the favorites to dominate the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But at least teams can be slightly relieved that BRU isn't going to start the grand finals with a 2-round lead. Technically a 2-round lead. They still would have a decent amount of points though. They did get 10 yesterday. Of course, bit of disappointment from RRQ Kazu towards the very end. You know, losing these 1v1s never feels good, especially against a skilled team like BRU. They always make you feel like you come close, but they dangle the finishing line in front of you and then they rip it away.
Thankfully, it's not going to be possible for them to rip away the #1 spot. Not going to be possible to rip away the extra 10 points because it would be devastating for all of the other teams on the global stage if Buriram starts off the grand finals with a bonus of 20 points. But of course, they have started off with more in comparison to Falcons, and Falcons have still gotten the job done. But now we've got the Falcon Hunter in play as well here at the global finals. So that's going to be a huge change in terms of what the chances are going to be out there tomorrow. But of course, for this game, the captain that leads through example, the one and only Jonah, who at one point fell off the ability to go out there with the dominant eliminations, and now he's back to his high fragging ways, showing the rest of his team members exactly how it's done, at the same time providing them all of that cover with the area of damage through those grenades. Brilliant leadership and a fantastic squad to lead.
Oh yeah, and of course in this particular game, I think today has been a bit more of a pleasant surprise. Obviously, there are certain teams that didn't really do too well, but they did recover at the end, right? I think BTR was a very good example. You know, finally decided to hunt down Team Falcons and succeeded in doing that. And WAG and Hua also had their moments, but I think the key point is that BRU didn't have a good day today, you know, all things considered, and perhaps that's something that the teams can look to going into the grand finals tomorrow. That sure, BRU can be monstrous, but hey, they have been stopped, and we literally did it less than 24 hours ago. They can do it tomorrow.
And the key players here, the one that takes the spotlight is Ma'al with the damage and assist. Obviously, Jonah, the mentions there for the eliminations as well. RRQ is a huge threat for tomorrow. They picked up 3 points for head start on Point Rush Day 1. 10 points today. So for an extra 13 points, lethal stuff they can do with those extra 13 points. Elimination leaders, on the other hand, we do have the highlights here for Hua Esports. Fluxo attack all around, as well as those players show up with 4 eliminations each.
Absolutely. I mean, we got GU, we got Jump God, we got Dudes, especially for Fluxo. Bit of a you know, up and down for them. Unfortunately, they had some great rounds, and then they have some rounds where it's just like, what are you guys trying to achieve? But at least we're seeing glimpses of Fluxo. I think they have definitely found some of that groove. I think the shot calling from Bobs is one of the most important thing for a team like Fluxo, right? He's kind of like the cheerleader. He keeps it going. But you also see a bit of reliance from MT7 being able to be in a good position. Kind of feels like Saming, but Brazilian version. So something that Fluxo can consider going into tomorrow.
At this point of time, everybody on the side of Brazil is going to be hoping and praying that Fluxo is just playing possum. Fluxo is pretending like they're not a threat, only to come in an explosive run tomorrow. Speaking of the explosive run, RRQ with their phenomenal play, and Dudes will walk away with the MVP title. 14 eliminations, 11,000 damage, 23 assists. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's throw it back to our host so that they can interview this superstar.
Perfeito, Camilota! Temos aqui então o troféu de MVP Kaspersky do dia, Most Valuable Player by Kaspersky, e tá nas mãos dele, Dudes, da RRQ Kazu. Congratulations, here's your trophy.
Thank you.
Well, really excellent of you. So, do you think that it's just a random thing for you, or you always aim for this MVP for a whole long time since the knockout stage?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
I want to ask that this MVP trophy or this achievement, Deuce has been aiming for it since the knockout stage, or he doesn't expect himself to get this today?
Dengan dapatnya title MVP player buat lo, apakah ini sesuai dengan ekspektasi lo? Kan kemarin di knockout stage kalian nggak dapat gitu, lo nggak dapat?
Nggak ada ekspektasi, Ki. Kita cuma main aja.
Actually, I don't have any expectation, just only focus with our gameplay in the tournament.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
Perfeito. Então a pergunta foi direcionada a respeito das expectativas dele a respeito do troféu Kaspersky. Se ele de fato estava querendo isso ou se foi uma coisa que realmente aconteceu, e essa foi a resposta dele, né? Não estava esperando por isso, foi uma coisa feita em conjunto com o time, e aqui tá o prêmiozinho, o prêmio dele, na verdade. Prêmiozão, né? Que a Kaspersky fortalece pra caramba. Okay, so you are the second and the last MVP Kaspersky of the season. So, especially here in Point Rush, because we finish Point Rush stage. And I would like to know if you want to be the MVP tomorrow, and if you're gonna go for it, and if you wanna be known by the best player of Free Fire.
Oke, jadi lo kan adalah MVP kedua selama di point rush. Jadi apakah lo yakin nanti akan dapat MVP lagi dan lo akan jadi player terbaik di Grand Finals?
Ya MVP bonus lah. Kita pengennya juara.
I think MVP just bonus. I just focus only get the champion in the FFWS 2024 Brazil.
Perfeito. Então a minha pergunta foi, já que você é o último MVP, né, da fase de pontos por aqui, né, o segundo e o último, porque não vai ter mais, nós iremos direto para a final. Quero saber se amanhã você também está procurando por esse MVP, se você vai buscar por esse MVP. E ele falou assim que o MVP acontece, o maior foco dele é no troféu e garantir que todo o time saia daqui vitorioso. Então é isso, minha família. Tá aqui o MVP Kaspersky do dia, o segundo e o último aqui da nossa fase de pontos. Vamos finalizar aqui dando parabéns pro Duds da RRQ Kazu. Isso?
Congratulations, Juice, for becoming an MVP player for today. Also, our last day in the Power stage. You did a very great job. And we would like to say thank you to Kaspersky for this beautiful trophy for our MVP. So this is the end, and we will head back to our caster and see you guys later.
Well, thank you very much to our host once more, our MVP leader on your screens right now. First of all, congratulations to Dudes for getting the final day of Point Rush, but unfortunately, King Wasana still holds the reins with 5, followed by Limit, Get High with 4, Jonah at 3, tied up with Dudes.
Let's see if or not Wasana can remain the king of MVPs as Buriram United Esports look to lift the trophy tomorrow, finally delivering to Wasana exactly what he promised to be able to help the team bring to the squad as well. And it, of course, would be ultimately sweet to do it on Brazil's home ground as they had their trophy taken away from them by Brazil when we played in Thailand last year. The team of the day, though, 60 eliminations, 36,383 on the damage, and a single booyah of the day. RRQ, the unsuspecting Indonesians that were keeping their heads down low all throughout the knockout stage, have finally shown their fangs.
Absolutely. And I mean, for RRQ, we've been waiting for this for quite a long time, you know, considering that their dormant stage is getting longer and longer. But today is RRQ's dominant day. 1 booyah, but still 107 points at the very end. Incredibly consistent, 60 eliminations and 47 placement points. A sweet 10 points going by the end of day number 2, and going to tomorrow, they're going to start with a massive advantage.
And Pain Gaming earning a few points for Brazil as head start in here as well. A total of 3 points will go to the squad. And Buriram managed to actually beat Twisted Minds by 6 points to earn a total of 17 head start points to start off Championship Sunday tomorrow here at the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2024. I don't know. I am nervous for these other squads. They better up whatever they brought out there today if they want to stop Buriram from grabbing the trophy tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what they say, if BRU grabs the trophy, it will be the third. The third trophy is for Wasana. I mean, they got him with a 4th trophy, but he sort of missed out on the MVP of the tournament thanks to Diamond outperforming him in that regard. So you can get a 2-for-1 if the dream comes true tomorrow for BRU. A head start points, 17 for the Thai Giants. RQ Kazu gets 13. WAG, not too shabby, starting with 9 points that they got from yesterday. Twisted Minds getting 7, BTR getting 5, and Pain Gaming, the only Brazilian team that has a head start point of 3.
Fluxo does not really need to be too disappointed with themselves, because joined with them is actually Falcons, who have pulled out nada in terms of head start points for the day play day tomorrow. But Fluxo has already proven that they do not need these head start points. They do not need most of it. They can still get it done with a 40 bomber opener. We saw that at the Esports World Cup. Can we see that tomorrow? Maybe. Can we see Fluxo turn on beast mode tomorrow and pull off a 40 bomber of their own to really wreck the competition and instantaneously, with the first game in itself, make the head start points that Buriram earned disappear? We'll have to wait and see. Either way, you should not miss that action.
if there's any time to get a 40 bomb, it is going to be tomorrow. But with that being said, we have come to the end of the show. Point Rush has concluded. Tomorrow is where we crown our champions in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We'll see if a three-peat is possible for BRU or the trophy will stay in Brazil for another year. My name is Sasuke alongside the Mustachio AJ. We will beat you guys. Good night, good day, wherever you are. See you tomorrow when we crown the champions.
É isso, meu povo. Amanhã a gente tem nosso famoso encontro marcado aqui, nessa Arena Carioca. Vamos botar fogo nisso aqui. E quando eu falar Arena Carioca, eu quero todo mundo gritando como se fosse o último momento da vida de vocês. Vamos botar fogo nesse Rio de Janeiro, Yansu?
Yes, and I would like to say thank you to our analyst table and also our caster table. You guys did a very amazing job today. And of course, to all of my Brazil viewers, don't forget to come here and enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the fire, take the spotlight with us here, right here in the arena. I suppose the match will start at 11 a.m., right? So don't be late, okay? And to all of my C's viewers, good night. And remember to, cheer up the best for your team, for your favorite team tomorrow with me, okay? And now this is the end of the show for our power stage for all of the 2 days.
É isso, gente. A gente tem nosso famoso encontro marcado amanhã, aqui na Arena Carioca, 11 horas da manhã. Um beijo e vai, Brasil!